Now scream queen with a million smiles. Catching all the love from around the world. Whoa. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? Shine your light in the darkest times. You make it bright, bright. Live stream dreams, we're all by your side, by your side. Keep on doing what you do, girl. You're one of a kind, one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're our live stream star, star. Keep rocking your show, no matter where you are. From the block, Jersey girl with a mouth that won't stop, no, no. Sassy, and I'm not afraid to show it. Gonna spill the tea, you better be ready for it. I speak my mind, no filter inside. Shelly's in the house, talking trash and truth, no sugar-coated grooves. Something to say. Shelly's in the house, time to break the rules. From hoes to the city, I'm the queen of cool. You can handle the heat, then take the high. Shelly's in the house, drop the mic. Hey, Shelly in the house tonight. Living it up, feeling so right. Yeah. New Jersey girl, she's got that style. Live stream queen with a million smiles. And she know the love from around the world. Hey Shelly, won't you shine your light? It's time to make it right. Live stream queens with a wayside. You're one of a kind. Shelly, Shelly, you're a live stream star. Keep rocking the show no matter where you are.
Hello, my lovies. Happy Thursday. It is February 13th at 12:03 p.m. I am coming to you live from the East Coast. This is Shelly, your mouthy mama, at Talking Trash and Truths, and this is Coffee and Chaos with T3. That's me. According to the weather app, it's raining, but I'm looking out my window, and what do you think it is, guys? Is it raining? No, of course not. It's freaking snowing again. And you just missed the big scream because I was setting up the stream yards and I'm sitting here setting up my desk and the chair, getting all comfortable. And apparently, the entire side of my roof where the snow is decided now is a really good time to, slope down and fall off the house. And it did so quickly and really loudly right outside my window. So I screamed like I'd seen a spider because I'm a little bitch when it comes to that. But yeah, so now I have a giant mountain of snow outside my window. It is what it is. Whatever. As long as it doesn't come through the roof, I don't care. That's the one nice thing about having a sloped roof. It just whoop right off. Anyway, so that's the weather here. It's cold as could be. It's like 25 degrees, I think, which for this week isn't too bad. But again, like I said, it's snowing, not raining. These meteorologists, whatever the hell they are, charlatans, I think they are. They lie. Because everywhere I look, it says it's raining. Did you know it's raining? Like it's raining by you. No, it's not freaking raining by me. It's snowing. Okay, rain is not white and like floaty. So anyway, such is mountain life, right? 1,700 feet up, above sea level. This is what you get. Everybody else gets rain. I get snow. That's all right. It's not like I'm going anywhere anyway. I'm stuck in this damn house for perpetuity, or until somebody comes and rescues me. Either one are highly unlikely. Anyway, welcome. I hope you're all having a wonderful day. Today is getting off to a really good start. World-wise, I'm not in the best mood. I'm going to fake it till I make it, though. Not in a bad mood. I'm just, if I could crawl into a corner and cover my head with the blanket and just die there. It'd be a good time today. That today would be the day. Um, I don't know how long this stream is going to be because I don't know if I can hold it together, but we'll see. Anyway, I got some good news before I go look at chat and say hi. Just want you guys to know Trump fired 93 federal prosecutors. All the prosecutors, all the federal prosecutors that were hired under Biden. He fired them all. Then we move on to that. You got Kash Patel's Judiciary Committee meeting, which he passed 12 to 10. So he will be moving on to his final vote in the full Senate. So we should see him confirmed hopefully soon. And the news you all were waiting for. We were all holding our breath, crossing our fingers, our legs, our toes, anything that could be crossed. Just so this would happen. MAHA is here. It has begun. RFK Jr. was confirmed, fully confirmed, 52 to 48, with Mitch McConnell being an asshole and, voting against him. And he is officially the director of whatever the hell he's director of. I just know he means that for us to have clean water, food that's not going to kill us or give us cancer, a reduction or at least education in the world of vaccinations for children, possible real research into the link between vaccinations and other neurological conditions that have cropped up in the last 20 years. Do you know what I'm excited about? It's the weirdest thing. I kind of want him to find out why there's so many peanut allergies. I looked it up when my son first was born, and I remember sitting in the waiting room. Ironically enough, the autism hospital where I had to have him diagnosed. And I remember picking up a magazine because he was asleep, and I knew I had a long wait ahead of me. And there was an article about peanut allergies, and it was a medical, magazine that they had at the hospital, and I was looking through, and it had said that they changed the protein in the peanut so that it would be more resistant to fungus, so it would extend its shelf life and storage. And because the protein that they changed made it a non-natural protein, the kids that were born that took that in, that never had a peanut before, they were now taking in this protein that was not correct for a human body. It was seen as an invading force, like as a germ. And so their bodies reacted with an allergic reaction, say, no, we don't want this. And that's why there were so many peanut allergies. And this was 15 years ago. I saw it in one article. Never saw it again. Never saw it again. Why? Because it was probably true. I mean, they engineer like so much of the food, but that's what can happen. They go in and they genetically modify these foods, and they're not foods meant for human consumption anymore. So the body reacts and tries to expel it, tries to defend you, and you wind up choking to death because you decided to have a PB&J. So yeah, we need a major overhaul in so many areas. But I'm most excited for him to work on the autism stuff and to work on like the peanut allergies, because even he said it. He said, how come I have like all these brothers and sisters and cousins? There's dozens and dozens and dozens of us. None of us had a peanut allergy ever. And yet all his kids have peanut allergies. All of them. Every single one. Didn't miss one. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I mean, that would set alarm bells off in my head too. So I'm looking forward to that. But I'm very excited about him. So yay! We can all celebrate because they keep trying to stop Trump, and the man just can't be stopped. He just can't be stopped. And I'm loving every minute of it. It causes a little friction between, me and some people I know, but I don't care. I don't care. I put up with their liberal bullshit for years and years and years after I stopped believing in it, and they could put up with my common sense. I actually have some now, which is nice. Alrighty, so let's see who is in the chat. We got Wolfram. He's, of course, dropping links, being the awesome dude he is. He wipes his paws, lopes in, and he howls. That's my boy. And we got my Heidi. How you doing, honey? Hope you're doing well. Appreciate the links you send me. Always on point, always on top of things. Thank you very much. Do hope you're doing well. We got Lass, my lady awesome, my vibe partner, who's always she's like, "Oh, I feel Shelly today." Like sometimes I do think I have a friend Veronica who uses my name like a verb or an adjective. She's like, "I'm feeling very Shelly today." I'm like, "What?" She's like, "I'm just feeling very like ballsy and very like fuck you, and I'm not taking your bullshit." And I'm like, "Oh, I didn't realize I was a whole feeling." She was like, "Oh yeah." She's like, "You're my friend in my head too." She sent me a text the other day. She said, "I miss our conversations, but I have plenty of them in my head." I was like, "Oh, okay." Whatever. She likes to text me with all the goings on at the schools and telling me which teachers are banging which teachers and which teachers are going to rehab and who went crazy and who forgot to pick up all their kids, and it's great. I sit there and I read them and I'm like, shit, I miss it, and yet I'm glad I'm not there. I miss the kids, I miss the teaching. I do miss the, like congregating, because when you have like a bunch of kids and a bunch of adults, they just kind of go off into their own little factions, and then you have like your core group, and that's your support structure, and you cling to them, because those kids, you ain't making it through a day by yourself. You need friends. You need friends. I always told the new teachers that don't be standoffish. Don't do it, because you'll never survive. You'll be burnt out in a week. Trust me. Become friends with a veteran teacher, become friends with an aide, and your whole life will be set. You'll be fine. Let's see who else is in here. We got Lass. Hello, my Lass, my beautiful girl. We got Cat and Kern. What's up, my dude? What's up, my dude? How you doing? Yes, Maha celebrates. I know, it's great. Camel Toe Harris noted to be the next California governor. Okay, so first of all, I mean, let them have her, and can we just, I mean, I'm sorry, people that live in California that come here and listen. I love you. You're obviously based and smart as fuck, but your state, I mean, can we just get rid of them, please? Dear God. Like, I would rather take all of Canada and give away our entire West Coast. Just write down the whole damn thing. Whoop, that's it. Just those three states in a row. Just throw them off to the side. Be like, here you go. Good luck on your own. Have fun. By the way, don't cross our damn borders. You don't belong in our country. Like, I mean, if they're so like, oh, open borders, okay, we'll send everybody to you, and then you could be on your own. Don't look to us for money, for help, for nothing. Don't look for sympathy. Oh, well, we have Hollywood. You can have Hollywood. Hollywood sucks. All those actors that they don't know shit. I still don't. You guys know my thing. Like, all these actors are going out. Mark Ruffalo especially pisses me off. But they like to go out and get on their soapbox and get self-righteous, and then they start putting down like one side or the other. And I'm like, dude, you literally get paid to convince people that you're something else. You get paid to convincingly lie to people, to play a part. Why would I think your advertisements or your posts are anything different? Why would I trust you? You have no background in this shit. You don't know what it's like to be a normal, regular, average American human being. You don't know what it's like to be a regular human being on the planet. You people live in a whole other like fantasy life. That's good for you. You worked for it. You earned it. Good. Go live there. Leave us the fuck alone. And keep your opinions to yourself, or shoved right back up your ass where they belong. I'm so sick of people. So sick of them. I am sick of these, like, they just stand up there and they're like, "You people don't understand." No, you don't understand. Because when was the last time you went grocery shopping? When was the last time you had to pay car insurance yourself? No, you have an accountant or an accounts manager to do that. You have a maid or a cook or a house servant or a personal assistant you treat like shit to go and do all this stuff for you. So we're not the same. We're not the same. You dress your kids up in like other clothes, like, for just, oh, well, they're trans. Okay, so you have a bunch of boys you adopted out of nowhere. They look nothing like you, they act nothing like you, and now you have them in dresses. And everybody goes, "Oh, so well done, so stunning and brave. You're such a good mom." If I was to do it, they'd call CPS. That's the difference. Because it's a bad reflection on my parenting, but on you, it's you. Oh, you're just so creative. Wonderful. Wonderful. Fuck you. Take a breath. I'm aggravated. Can you tell? I'm so aggravated. But I am also so psyched because we got Tulsi. I mean, first we got Trump and we got JD with him. By the way, fuck Mike Pence. Because Mike Pence is all against RFK Jr. He spent millions going up against him in different campaigns and stuff just to put him down. And I have no idea really why. Like these people, he wasn't a Democrat, so why would he be upset that he left the Democrat Party? Unless he's got his fingers in all the pies that MAHA is trying to blow up. I mean, it's not like any of these guys, Elon, RFK Jr., Cash, Tulsi, Bondi, Trump, Vance, none of them are going against people who actually make our lives better. They're going up and exposing people who are taking advantage of us and robbing us and abusing us. Turning around they turn around, they give money to other countries so they could funnel it back to themselves. They're living high on the hog. Meanwhile, if you get $20 in a friggin' Venmo, they want to know why'd you get it, who'd you get it from, what'd you get it for, what'd you do with it, what'd you spend it on, how can I tax it 15 different ways to Sunday and back? How is that in any way fair? They're supposed to work for our interests, not their own. That's why they're called civil servants. We're the civilians. They're our servants. They are there to carry out our will. And somehow we let them just run fucking wild. And it has to stop. And that's what these guys are doing. They're saying, hey, you have your own agenda. You're lying. You're being political about everything. You're not being fair. You're not being constitutional. They're going out there. They're saying, we understand that you're trying to mind control all these little kids. You're destroying an entire generation. You tried to destroy the one before that and the one before that and the one before that. And you're slowly chipping away in reverse. Like from the oldest to now, what we were to what we are is ridiculous. And now we have to build back up, and building back up, you have growing pains. Growing pains hurt, but they're worth it. You can't go through it, or you can't get there and not go through it. You have to go through the motions. You have to go through the growing pains. You have to go through the turmoil and the doubt and the fear. But it's a different kind of fear. We're not afraid of what they're going to do to us anymore. We're afraid they're going to try to stop us from getting better and from getting stronger. And that all leads into like basically what we're talking about, because we're talking about manipulation today. Because I see it everywhere, and there's good manipulation, there's bad manipulation. Unfortunately, this is toxic, narcissistic manipulation by the deep state of all of us. And we've become so used to it that after 2-3 generations, we didn't even notice it anymore because we just thought it was normal. Like, this is just how it is. Because that's what we were born into. That's what our parents were born into. So we got, confirmation from them that this is okay. Their parents were kind of born into it. Like, it was on the upswing, but it wasn't as prevalent and in your face as it is now. And then, like, my kids, they get it, and they hear it, and they're like, oh, but you used to believe. Yes, but look at all this information. It's so hard for me to articulate to them what changed my mind, what made me wake up and go, wait a minute. And I think it's because they don't have the same type of life experiences that I have. They've never been abused. Um, they've never been used up. They've never been taken advantage of. So they don't know what it is to be on the shit end of the stick in that respect. They think that the trials they're going through are the hardest in the world. And I'm like, bro, I I literally could have slept right through all your trials and been fine. They all resolve themselves. There's nothing that tragic. There's nothing the end of the world for you because we're dealing with it now. We're taking that on so you don't have to feel like the world is going to end tomorrow. You don't have to feel like there's no options for you. You don't have to be ashamed like, oh, I woke up and, oh, look at the color of my skin and look at my religion or look at my bank account. You don't have to be viewed based on that. That is not who you are. And I tell my kids this all the time. It doesn't matter what you have. Doesn't matter what you look like. It doesn't matter what's in your blood, what's in your heart, what's in your soul, what your intentions are, and what your actions are. That's what matters. That's what tells the world who you are. And only you get to determine who that is. Now, do they listen to me? Men's on men's. In Italian, that's like half and half. But I don't know how else to tell them. Like the only thing I could do is just change my life like I did and lead them by example and hope they pay attention, when the time is crucial for them to do so. Like my son is 18. He's still, he's still like that bowl of dough that hasn't been formed into cookies yet. Like he's getting there, but so I mean I have time with him. Katie's malleable. Like I just tell Katie what to think and she's like, okay. Like she's easy child to have. Anyway. Oh yeah, so celebrating. The Doge subcommittee just discovered $2.7 trillion. Captain Kurt said this. $2.7 trillion in improper payments in Medicare and Medicaid overseas to people who should not have gotten it. They took away my Medicaid because I shit you not, they said that I don't have a job, $25 over the poverty line per year. Per year, not per month, per year. And they didn't even figure it out the right fucking way because all I get is the disability. And trust me, that's not enough to put me over the poverty line. I am poor. I don't act like I'm poor. I have never acted like I was poor because I know how to manage my funds. I know how to give here and give there and take from here and earn it here and whatever. I'm very good with money. Not at amassing money because saving is not my great strength. But always being able to pay bills, keep a roof over my head, keep food on the table, clothes on their backs, whatever they want. I've always had extra. I've always been good at that. I can stretch $1 till it cries and then waste it somewhere else. Like that. If I didn't spend any money, I'd have so much. I'd have so much. But I have this thing. I don't like to buy things. I like to help. So that's what I do. I buy super chats here. I buy memberships here because I know a lot of people struggle. And even though I struggle, I'm not struggling to the point where I can't do without part of it. So it doesn't hurt me I cut out a chunk of, my money in my budget every month for other people. Now, I would probably be a lot better off if I just saved that myself and splurged on me, but that feels too selfish to me. I'm not made that way. Like if we were to go to a store or whatever and there was something I wanted and something you wanted and you were just like, oh yeah, I can't afford it or whatever, and I had it, I would not get the thing that I wanted so that I could get you that thing. Just to see your face light up. Like that would be my only reward. And it does. It makes me feel better to do stuff like that. And I've been, God, I've been shit on so many times for that. Like people like, oh, why do you always buy things? Because I have it right now. And if I have it, I just get this compulsion to share it. Even if it's $2, who the fuck cares? It's $2 you didn't have before, and it's somebody showing you, hey, guess what? I acknowledge you. I care about you. You're doing a good job. Here, keep going. Just those little, motivations. It's like giving the cats treats. It's like, here you go. Oh, look at you. Was that good? Okay, bye. Like that's the end of my motivation for giving those things out. I don't even know how I got on topic. But anyway, these people are not like us. They're certainly not like me. They do not know how to manage their money, as evidenced by people who were millionaires and now are broke. Like, you got to be some special kind of idiot to lose that much fucking money. I mean, I know we know somebody, in our sphere who was doing really well and it just all kind of tanked. But I mean, there were specific reasons for that. But that's how they do it too. They get that damn, oh, nobody can touch me kind of attitude. They feel invincible and invulnerable and I could do anything because I'm so smart and because people love me. Yeah, but then they see who you turned into, and then they're like, that's not who I loved, so I gotta go. And then you're left holding your dick in your hands by yourself. So that was colorful, wasn't it? Yeah, they're not like us. And I can't with these fucking people. Like the Medicaid and everything else. People are like, oh, my taxpayer dollars. Yeah, your taxpayer dollars, guess what? They're not going to your fellow Americans. They're not going to people who actually need it, people who worked all their lives, who also fed into the system all their lives. It's going to people we don't even know for reasons we don't know, and it's getting kicked back to God only who knows. So it's so aggravating. But thank you for that, Cat and Kern. I appreciate that. Cool gamer. Hi, honey. How are you? Heidi said, overseas, what the fuck, Cap? No wonder we can't get coverage for certain things and on the dental side. The dental side, I couldn't even get a surgery I needed. They denied my knee surgery. I blew out my kneecap. I tore my ACL and I tore my meniscus. And they were like, no, we're not going to cover that. I was like, what? Yeah, no, we don't feel that you need it right now. But we'll set you up with like physical therapy. I was like, my fucking knee hurts and you want me to move it more? Like, you can hear the bone grinding against the other bone. I don't know. I mean, the fact that I have to have 4 braces on, this was like when I was working. I had to have 4 braces on my knee to be able to walk to work. And they were like, oh, it's not necessary. Oh, not necessary. Okay. All right. But then if I was to go for disability, they'd be like, oh, that's not necessary. You should have gotten surgery. Well, you didn't want to fucking give me the surgery, did you? So anyway. Rant. Cap said, wife is on the phone in her appeal hearing with disability. Pray all goes well. I do. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. Amen. I hope it goes well for her. She's got to be stern with them because those fuckers, they will do anything to deny you. Anything. I had a fight, I think it was like about 8 months for the disability. I mean, for Katie, when she became really sick when she was 22 months old, and they told me, she was not long for this world or whatever, and whatever she had was terminal and progressive, and they said go to Social Security because you're going to need the additional medical, and you're going to need some type of help for her. And if something happens to you, she needs to be set up so that she can grow up and maintain her own lifestyle. And I did that, and it took 7 years for me to get her approved. That's why when people are like, oh, your daughter gets it. Oh, it must be nice to have. Yeah. No, first of all, it's not nice to have a disabled kid. That's number 1. So go fuck yourself. Number 2, I fought long and hard for that kid to get coverage, because if something did happen to me, then she would have had nobody, and they would have never listened to anybody but me. My mother could have never fought for her like I fought for her. There's no way. And I fought and fought, and I finally eventually got it. And they were like, well, we're only giving you this much back. I was like, no, see, you're going back to when I applied. Since the very first, and I forgot, I fought for that too, and I got it because I was like, I was like, you are going all the way back. And they were bitching at me. And literally, they were only giving her I think it was 60 bucks a month. It might have been less than that because I made a lot of money back then. And it wasn't the point of the money. It was the point of, no, you're not going to deny her what's coming to her. This is her due. She's getting it. I don't give a fuck. I got to look out for this kid. I don't care about nobody else. And that's what I did. But yeah, it wasn't a lot. I remember when I got the check for her. And that was actually what I used to buy the wheelchair. The newest wheelchair that she had at the time. Because it was about $4,000 and Medicaid didn't pay for it. I was surprised. I was like, oh, they actually did it. I was like, but I had to pay taxes on all that money, right? So it was like, the Lord give it and the Lord take it away. It was like, all right, fine. It was a long time ago though, because she's 29 now. So, but I do hope it goes really well. I know they are a pain in the ass, but once it's done, it's done. It's locked in for a while and you can take a breath. And that's what you're really waiting for, because at that point you're just like, oh dear God, just let things settle. Can I just have I don't know, a week? We don't even ask for years of peace anymore. Just give me a week where no shit blows up in my face, where I'm not stressed out, where I look at the mailbox and I don't dread going to get what's inside it. Just do that for me. Oh, speaking of mailbox, I got a letter yesterday I wanted to share with you guys. Very excited. I told you that all my student loans, $57K, was wiped out. They were not paid off. What the government sent me was a thing that says that there was a breach of contract and the loans were all canceled due to the Borrower Defense Discharge Act that they passed, meaning that the loan companies got me for money that they weren't entitled to because the college and the loan company had a contract for what the college would provide, and the college reneged and didn't make good on that contract. So they were not supposed to get that money, and the loan company was not supposed to loan me the money for me to go there. So they were both at fault. So they both lose out. And that's that. Right. So there you go. So maybe you guys look into it, see if any of your certifications, any schools that you went to also can have that applied to them, because then it's not costing anybody anything but the loan companies, and they made enough money off of all of us, I believe. So that was my good news. Good news. Yes, we're all praying for a good outcome for you, Kat. I really hope she gets it. I do. I really do. Oh shit, I missed some. Suzanne, hi honey, how are you? I know I'm 15 minutes behind. It's all right. You'll be all right. I hope you're doing well. I woke up thinking about you this morning. Yesterday I woke up thinking about Lass and Heidi. Today I woke up thinking about you. And I was just thinking of just how long I've known you at this point. It's like, holy shit. You realize it's been over 2 years that I've known you? It doesn't seem like it's that long. I mean, it doesn't seem like it's that long that I know any of you, but apparently I've known you guys for ever. In internet time, it's really eternity. But yeah, I was thinking about you. So sending hugs to you, honey. Hope you're doing good, my little Canucky. My little Canucky. Hollywood is full of crackheads now. Oh, it was always full of crackheads. It was always they were more cokeheads than crackheads, but yeah, they were still riding that snow mountain. Last said low key, Nashville is the new LA. Oh no. See, I always had so much respect for Nashville because country music just always seems so wholesome. Probably yet another veil that was pulled over my eyes. I don't know. I keep waiting for Winning to be like, all right, let me tell you about the music industry, and really like just, you know, completely disillusioning me. She said, bitch, read the chat. I said, oh, I know, I'm behind. I was ranting. But you can understand that because I was ranting about the government. So, no, not T3. Shocker. I mean, come on. Hey, T Rex, what's up? Thanks, Heidi, for holding it down on Rumble. Appreciate that. T Rex had me up till 3 o'clock this morning. So, and then I guess what time? I woke up at 7:30 this morning. Joy. And couldn't go back to sleep. I was like, see, my alarm is set for 10:30. It's not fair that I woke up at 7:30. And there was nobody else awake in my house. Nobody. It was just me. And I was like, all right, let me go back to sleep. And my brain said, fuck you, buddy. So here I am. And I'm on my third coffee. Usually I have one coffee every like 2 days. Today I've had 3. My hands are shaking, my temper is high, and I'm just trying to just not sit here and just cry because that's kind of mood I'm in. Suzanne put up Captain Kern's channel. Awesome. T-Rex said, and hello to the 4 of you lurking. I know you're there. I don't have a problem with lurkers. I really don't. I know some of the lurkers. They don't know I know who they are, but I do know who they are. Like I said, I know everything. Captain Kern, disability is not supposed to be counted as income, state or federal wise. Yeah, well, guess what? State or federal wise. Yeah, guess what? I get screwed when it comes to taxes all the fucking time. And I get screwed when it comes to Social Security. Do you know that they count the amount of rent that I used to pay as my daughter's income? How is that her income? I'm not paying the rent to her. I'm paying the rent for her, but that's not an income. She's my child. And she's like developmentally delayed to the point where she will always be a child. So it's not like she can go out and just, oh, let me just get a job that's going to knock out this $1,200 a month rent. Like, she ain't getting that job. Are you kidding me? Even with DEI, even though we have a blind person, like, reading the books, like, none of that matters. She can't do it. And yet they count it as an income and reduce whatever she has coming to her. And they're like, well, what do you spend the money? What do you mean, what do I spend the money? First of all, she needs the pull-up. She needs, a new walker every, unfortunately, a couple of months because she puts it through hell. But that's because she's on her feet. She's not laying in a bed wasting away the way you all want her to. Like, I hate the government so much. Cap, it's counted as unearned income. You could thank Bush and Obama for that. Yep, they fucked me over royally. She's telling the truth. Pay what you owe, Gary. Yeah, that $2,000 is never going to see the light of day. But you know what, Sue? I am not upset about it. I'm good because any money I've given with good intentions. If they took it with bad intentions and they never planned to pay it back when they said they would, then that's on them. That's not my karma. That's theirs. And you know what? As far as I'm concerned, that money, he took it, he'll never have a day's luck with it. And anything he touches is going to turn to shit because that's what he deserves. God gives you what you deserve. It may take a while, but that's okay. I'm patient. I told you, I'm glad God gave me patience because if he gave me strength, I'd be in jail. Suzanne Heidi, she helped me with that GoFundMe a few years back. I wouldn't even remember. There's been so many GoFundMes for people. Oh my God. And I've promoted all of them. There's a difference though to help a friend who really is in need than help somebody who's literally lying to you so that they don't have to have a job. Like, there's a huge difference between you and somebody like Gary Lamb. T-Rex. So after we got done talking last night, I got all the way up to Virginia. Is that her name? They had closed I-77, so I took the scenic route. Apparently, this part of the country got an ice storm on Monday. I hope you're okay, T-Rex. Oh my goodness. There were a bunch of down trees, and I ended up sitting dead, stopped in the middle of the road for 4 hours, waiting for them to clear a tree or two or three, and then almost got stuck because the road was so banked that I couldn't get traction. I did manage to get moving though, and now I'm at a rest area. But let's just say I haven't slept since I woke up yesterday at 8:30. You better not be driving on that little sleep at all. At all. Don't fuck with me, T-Rex. Don't make me reach out and slap a bitch because I will. I will find you. I will find you and I will hurt you. You better not be driving. Please get some sleep. Please take care of you. Don't make me worry. You know I got those mama worries, damn it. But yeah, no, the scenic route is usually the icy route. So that's why like no cars go past my house when it's icy out because I live on what they call Snake Road. And that's not the actual name of it, but that's what everybody calls it because it's literally just turn, 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 turn. All it is curves, huge curves, and it's like the road itself is tilted. So if you're not paying attention and you hit any ice, you're just going right into the ditch. Like there's no stopping, there's no step on my brake, there's no coast my way through, there's no correcting it. You're just going like that's it. So yeah, nobody takes this road except for like the plow or somebody who actually lives on this road. And it's nice, it's quiet, but very, very dangerous. So please be careful, honey. Like I said, I worry. Cap said my wife has been fighting with them now for 4 years. I bet. My wife got 38,000 discharged so far from her loans. That's awesome. That is awesome. Yeah, Heidi said T-Rex, get some sleep, dude. And Suzanne said, T-Rex, please stay safe. And she gave prayer hands because, she cares. We love you. You know we do. But we're all a bunch of mamas who want to beat the hell out of you when you say, I haven't slept in 36 hours. I don't want to fuck you up. Heidi said that sounds about right with him, Cap. I'd say get a pro bono disability lawyer if you can get through legal aid. Oh, they're such a pain in the ass. I was going to try that. Oh, lady's walking. That's not a lady. That's a man. It's just long hair. The hood obscured. Okay, it's freezing outside. This dude just went walking past in a hoodie and shorts. Mountain people are not the same. I'm telling you. Every day. I've never seen this guy. Well, I mean, I usually think it's a fucking female, but apparently, like, I just noticed today it's a dude. But I mean, it's not exactly close. It's far away, and my eyes ain't that great today. Always in shorts. I've never seen this person in long pants. Like, they probably don't even own long pants. I know if my son could live in just his underwear, he would. He he wears the t-shirt, the long t-shirt for us. Cause I'm like, do I really have to see you walk around the house in your underwear all day long? And he's like, what? It's comfortable. I'm like, yeah. Do you want to see me walk around? He's like, I wouldn't care. I care. I care a lot. Like, go put a t-shirt on. Now he wears a t-shirt, which is nice. But I bought him better underwear, all black and long legs. This way I feel like he's at least wearing shorts. Suzanne said, I'm good. Just a lot of bleeding today. I'll get under control. Blood thinners suck. Oh, honey, please be careful. On that note, I got to run up. I love you. Please be careful. Take care of you. And promise that if anything else happens, you're going to go see the doctor. Because, girl, don't fuck around with the blood thinners. But take care of yourself. I'm sending you hugs and love, Suze. T-Rex said, I did not have you up until 3:30. Left on your own at like 2:15. No. Because I literally said, guys, it's like 3 o'clock in the morning. Like, I got a show to do. Maybe it was 2. I don't know. At this point, I don't really know my whole name. I know one of them, 2 of them maybe, but like I have like 6 names. So I do remember my ex-best friend when I was little. She was a real guinea. Oof. Like I say guinea because that's what the Italians call each other. We don't appreciate other people calling us that, but we can call each other that. but she was one of the Italian names that most of us don't say. We used to call her a greenhorn, and that means directly off the boat, like first generation to land in America. So it was like her ways, like her family ways, like they didn't speak any English in her family. And I used to go over there, and that was really how I relearned my Italian, because I couldn't talk to them otherwise. So I really had to dig deep and like be like, "Oh my god, where's my Italian? Oh, here it is." Um, they're also not from the same province I'm from, so the dialect was a little different. But she had so many names. Her Anna, Rosella, Justina, Tina, Maria, and then her last name that she was born with, which I'm not going to say, and then her married name. And I was like, she told me, I was like, how many names you got? And then she was like, how many do you have? I was like, oh, well, Catherine, and you're 4. And she was like, just 4? I was like, well, technically 5, but I only use 2 out of all of those. And she was like, oh my God. Like, she looked at me like I was the poor one because I had less names than she did. I was like, who the hell wants all these names? How do you fit them anywhere? Filling out the damn state test thing must be a bitch because you're like, Anna, and then nothing else fits. But yeah, she had like 6 fucking names. It drove me nuts. She had a lot more than 6 names. Wait, I don't know. Yeah. She had 7 names. 7 names. That's a lot. It's a little ridiculous. Suzanne said, Heidi, no big deal. I get nosebleeds from the oxygen. Oh, did you get a new oxygen machine? You know, I think about that. It makes it look like a murder scene. It used to happen to Katie when she was little. Not so much now. Puberty changed a lot for her. But before that, I would hear her from like 2 rooms away. She would wake up in the middle of the night. It was always in the middle of the night. And I would hear, Ma, like that little, and I knew. And I would just, my husband used to laugh because he was like, you don't even touch the floor when you run when it comes to her. Because I would just, like down the hall, and I'd be there with the paper towels, shoving them on her face. And she'd be like, oh my God, how'd you know? I heard you. I heard you. You were asleep. I heard you anyway. That was a huge fear when I was pregnant with Katie because I sleep like the dead. You could drop bombs around and you could set off sirens, whatever. I will sleep through it all. I will sleep through it all. And I was terrified that I would not wake up for my kid. And my grandmother just laughed. She said I wouldn't worry about it. She was like, you're going to be so tuned into her. Every time she makes a sound, your eyes are going to pop open. Sure enough. To this day, she could be like all the way on the other side of the house. We could have like 4 doors closed between us. If she falls or she gets like hurt, and I hear the, and it's that little like, and I'm just out there, and they're like, "Where'd you come from? How the hell did you move so fast?" I'm like, "What?" She called me. No, she didn't. She barely whispered your name. I heard her. That mother's instinct, man. You either have it or you don't. And I'm too tuned into my kids sometimes. Heidi said that rent paid money daughter is counted as in-kind income. Government assistance will count almost anything as income except FAFSA federal work study student program because it's a grant, but you still have to report it. Yeah, they want to know everything. People who don't want to disclose shit to any of us, they want to know everything. They're like, what'd you have for breakfast today? You know, did you have a movement? What'd you do? Like, stay out of my business. I missed that chat about GFM. Multitasking isn't working well. Okay. What's the GFM? T-Rex said, I'm parked. Needed to get crypto out for his well-deserved walkies. Good. Oh, I'm only 5 minutes behind. Holy shit. Look at me. Oh, look at me, guys. Only 5 minutes behind. But after they cleared the trees, I did have to drive like 30 more miles on Blue Ridge Parkway in Virginia, SR8, and then I found a rest area on I-81. Well, as long as you're safe, honey, that's all I really care about. Snipperoony, hello all, just checking in quickly. Have to head to a funeral in a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry, honey. This is the one that you were talking about? I'm sorry. My condolences. Sending you hugs and comfort, honey, from my heart. And let come back tonight, like when Winning's doing his show, and we'll chat a little bit because I want to check in on you and make sure you're okay. All right. So just do me that favor. I know you might not feel like it, but stop in and let us make you laugh a little bit. Captain Curran said that dude just posted that video on Instagram. The influx is going hard again. I know. I love it. I love it. Yep. They want your blood type. They want everything, man. Oh, go fund me. There you go. Thank you for that. Gift sync. Gift sync. I have never pronounced that correctly yet. Shani. Oh, hello, Shani. How are you? She said, hope you're well today. Well, bitchy, low. But I'm here. I made it. I don't know how long I'm going to be here because it's not going to be that long a stream, I hope. But because I need to sleep. I need a nap. I also have to cook tonight. It's my night. Some bitch. I have to cook because I think they're poisoning me. So I got to cook something myself. So Shani said, yes, I've been lurking. And yes, I'm the one that you knew. What? You're not the only one, but I did have a feeling you were there. People like to, I don't know, hate on me and then they lurk in my stream. I think it's funny. It's like, whatever. Just hang out. I know you miss my voice. It's okay. It's okay. I don't blame you. I have an awesome voice. I don't believe that. But what? There is a poll up because what is tomorrow, my peoples? Tomorrow is Valentine's Day, the most loved, hated, celebrated, begrieved, dreaded, anticipated holiday of the year. In college, we used to just drape black butcher paper over all the walls and windows because 18, everything is dramatic. And we would just sit together and all the girls would just get in one room and we'd smoke and we'd smoke some pot, smoke cigarettes, we'd drink beer, make screwdrivers or fuzzy navels or whatever, those kinds of drinks, have our purple passion because you can't get drunk without Everclear in college. It's not the college experience for a Gen Xer unless you've puked up purple passion. It's just, you're like, did you even really live in college? Did you? If you didn't drink Everclear like it was like water, did you exist? Like, what'd you do? You went to class? Stupid. But because I know I didn't. Christine used to drag my ass to breakfast and then she would drag my ass to class. Because if she didn't, she'd come by the room and be like, did you go to class? No. Why? Because it was too early. Didn't your class start at like 11? Yeah. What time did you get out? I don't know, about 3. God damn it. What are you doing now? I don't know. I'm just laying here. I was terrible in college because we'd hang out all night. And then I was like, fuck college. Fuck these classes. I can't stand them. I did. I hated it. I hated college first time around. When I went to college on my own and I just did everything from my living room, I did great. But when I had to interact with people and like go from place to place and be on time and like be disciplined and do my work instead of just hanging out, yeah, it didn't work out so well. So anyway, but yeah, we used to drape everything in black and we'd just get together and we'd just spend like the entire day and night. We didn't go to classes because God forbid, but we just sit together and commiserate and burn shit, like take all the stuff. That's why the first time I saw Friends where they burned like their exes stuff, I was like, oh my God, we did that. Because we did. We had big like garbage cans full of like pictures of our exes and poems and flowers that were dried up. Just trying to get rid of the past. Do a cleansing. Let's do a cleansing. God, so stupid. It was fun though. It was. But we would, the music would be like Chicago. Like Your Hard Habit to Break or Air Supply with I'm All Out of Love. And it's just like, oh, great. Like we played Barry Manilow, Streisand. Oh God, what are some of the other ones? Christine used to like Don McLean. So did I. Uh, Crossroads is actually one of my all-time favorite songs. It's a very good song that describes my life, especially now. Um, there was Krista Berg. That was one of hers that she used to play. And Anne Murray. Can't forget Anne Murray. Love my Canadians. I love my Canuckies. And Anne Murray with the whole, I cried a tear, you wiped it dry. I was confused, you cleared my mind. It's a song called You Needed Me. And I mean, that was like me and Christine's anthem. And we would play it, and she would get all like, "Ooh." And then she'd play Ships by Barry Manilow just to make me cry. We had fun though. I had fun being miserable, and we'd like do each other's hair and sit around and just bash men for everything we were worth. Oh, when I think about the complaints I had about men at 18 compared to what I have now, shit. Oh, Lord. But then again, then I couldn't see that I was at fault. And now I know that a lot of it was me. Because it's just me being crazy. But anyway, I put a poll out there. Tomorrow's Valentine's Day, and you got 3 choices. And I'm only seeing 13 votes, which is bullshit. So click, click, click. One is I got this handled. 2 is it's just not a special day for me. And 3 is, yeah, I'll be in the doghouse. So apparently one of you is really honest and said you'll be in the doghouse. I don't know if it's like 1 or 2, but somebody was honest and said, yeah, no, I fucked up already. Like, no, or either you didn't do what you're supposed to do, or the person you're with is, oh my God. You can't see it. I wish you could hear it. The wind is literally just whipping huge sheets of snow all over the place. So it's like blizzard condition and then clear. And then blizzard condition and then clear. Fuck. That was scary. In a fun way though. But some of you are probably with somebody who no matter what you do, they're going to be disappointed. Yeah, it's there. I know there are so many people out there like that. God, it drives me nuts. It's like, oh, that was really sweet. Wasn't what I wanted, but that was really sweet. That's my mother's way of accepting presents. Oh, oh, it's really nice. I mean, I have no use for it, and you probably could have saved your money, and it's just gonna, gather dust. But thank you. I'm like, bitch. Like, it's like, why do you do this to me? And this is nothing I wouldn't say to her face. I say it to her face all the time. But make sure we got 15 votes. Come on. Chop, chop, lollipop. Let's go. Oh, somebody else was honest and said they're in the doghouse. But it seems like most of you apparently have this handled. Good for you. I don't have it handled. I don't know shit about what I'm doing. But whatever. It is what it is. Cap, I'm reporting in with a headache, not a migraine yet. Girl, you better go get that soda. We have rain and change of weather, pain in the brain cell. Pain in the brain cell from change of weather. It happens. I've had a headache for days, and I don't think that's what's attributed, or contributing, I should say, to my low mood. I really don't know what my low mood is from, but I know I don't like it. I know I've been trying to fake my way through it, but the only emotion that I have that's safe right now is anger. I really don't want to go there. But everything else is going to just upset me more. But the anger is clean. It just burns away everything else. But that's all right. I have plenty to be mad about. I could be mad at the government. I could be mad at all the agencies. I don't have to take it out on people that I actually care about. So luckily, the world is so fucked up, I could just rant and be mad and nobody notices the difference. Cap said Valentine's Day. I thought it was Poke Your Partner Day. I mean, that's the original title for it, but then that was really hard to put on a cake. So they changed it to Valentine's. I mean, imagine they picked Valentine's Day to call it. and didn't foresee that eventually there would be venereal disease. So you could say to somebody, hey, happy VD. How'd your VD go? And if they're like, oh, I got a cream and it cleared up, then you know it wasn't Valentine's. I'm just saying. How is it going, T-Rex, that rash? Did it go away yet? I'm just wondering. Yeah, inquiring minds want to know. Asking for a friend. Daisy Williams. Hello, my honey. Hello. I lurking too. Wish I could chat, but it's so comforting hearing your voice. Hopefully I can chat in a bit. Oh, I hope so. I love you, girl. My Daisy's been with me since the very beginning. Captain Kern, Purple Passion, and Peppermint Schnapps. Yes, the schnapps I was introduced to, not in high school, but in college. And I was like, what do you mean it tastes like a candy cane? Nah. That was like the first time I had anisette. I was 15, by the way, the first time I had anisette. And I didn't know it tasted like licorice. And me and my friend Anna and her boyfriend Dave were hanging out in my living room, and she decided, hey, guess what I brought from my house? She brought a bunch of beers. And I was like, why? It's 3:30 in the afternoon. Like, we just got out of school. And she was like, I just want to have a couple beers. I was like, all right. I knew my mother wouldn't be home till 6. So I was like, oh, fuck it. And I went in the liquor cabinet because I didn't like the beer that she brought. Because I don't know what fucking kind of, but I didn't like it. And I went in my mother's little liquor cabinet. It was this little white metal it was not little. It was a big counter white, like, cabinet. And I went in the bottom and I'm looking at all like these whiskey bottles, vodka. I was like, no. Like, I knew I didn't want any of these. And I see this pint bottle of anisette. And I was like, well, that's Italian. I was like, let me smell it. I smelled it. I was like, oh, it smells sweet. And then I tasted it. And I was like, oh my God, it tastes like black licorice. So I took a swig thinking, oh, how bad is it going to burn? Because whiskey burned, like homemade wine burned. And I go to drink it, and wow, that went down smooth. No burn. Ooh, it tastes just like black licorice. Oh my God, this is so good. Within about 15 minutes, maybe. I don't think it even took me that long. I drank the whole bottle. And Anna turned around and looked at me and said, what are you drinking? Because I was sitting on the floor next to the cabinet because I didn't bother to get up at that point. And I was like, it's called an anisette. And she was like, anisette. I was like, yeah, that's the one. Because I was already drunk. And she was like, how much was in that bottle? I said, I broke the seal. That was full. I was like, yeah. Why? You drank it all? I was like, yeah, why? Do you know how strong that is? I did not know how strong that was. I fucking found out though. And she called my friend Eli. She called Nancy, who was my girlfriend, and nobody knew it. She called a whole bunch of people to come and manage me and get me the fuck out of the house before my mother got home. And Eli was the biggest. Eli was 6'4". He was this big, burly dude. He was, gorgeous. And he was a really good friend to me. And he was like, I got her. Because he actually cared. And he was like, I got her. Yeah, well, I'm a challenge when drunk. So his thinking he had me wasn't necessarily true. It wasn't an accurate statement to make. Because everybody came over, they cleaned the house because there were like beer bottles, because they're drinking and everything. So they're just like, playing around. There's cards, cigarette butts, whatever. So they cleaned my house. Mind you, they missed one beer bottle cap that my mother found like a year later behind and under the end table and was like, what the fuck is this? And I was like, oh shit. I was like, you can't yell at me now. That was so long ago. And she was like, you drank beer? I was like, no, Anna drank the beer. I got drunk on your anisette. She was like, oh my God, but it's still in there. I was like, yeah, that's water. She never knew that they had refilled the bottle with water and put it back in the cabinet. But anyway, they're all there. They're trying to get me to calm down. I'm still in my Sacred Heart uniform. So I'm still with the white button down shirt with the cardigan over it, with the pink pleated Catholic schoolgirl, skirt, and my little white boots with my slouch socks. My hair's, up in a ponytail. I got the big bangs. My makeup's done. I'm looking cute. I'm feeling cute. Well, now I'm drunk, so I'm feeling free. And instead of going to the bedroom to rest the way they wanted me to, I laid down. I went and I waited for them to go in the other room and clean. And then I went out the hallway and I slipped out the front door. And had it not slammed behind me, they would have never known. But they chased me. They chased me down 9 flights of stairs because we lived on the 9th floor. I ran out the back of the building. I ran 2 blocks before I decided I was hot. And I took my sweater off and threw it. And somebody caught it. And Eli's running behind me trying to catch me. And I'm running through the park. This is a 2-block long park. I'm running diagonally through the park, taking off my shirt. Like, whatever. I just ripped my shirt open. Buttons went everywhere. Threw it. And I hear Eli, oh my fucking God. And he's chasing me. And I'm just barreling down the street in my bra and my, like my schoolgirl skirt, and tons of legs showing, tons of flesh showing. It was just like, oh, and I just ran for it. And I made it all the way up to Hudson Street before I got tired. So you figure I ran about 8 blocks before I got tired. Eli caught up with me. I walked to the intersection of where Nancy's house was, which ironically enough was a block from where I lived for 20 years, where I just left. And I sat on the manhole cover and I sat Indian style. I crossed my legs and I was like, okay, I'm tired. I'm just going to stay here. And I stopped traffic for like 20 minutes. And so I wouldn't get run over. All my friends were standing in the intersection, protecting us. And Eli sat down so I would have company. Yeah. And then Nancy's mother came along and was like, Michelle, get the hell out of the street and get in the house. And I was like, okay. And I just kind of went inside. I was drunk for hours and hours and hours. They walked me around the entire town over and over and over and over just to sober me up. I didn't get home till like 11 o'clock at night and I was still drunk. And my mother just said, what happened? They were like, she got in a fight. She's got to go to sleep. And they just put me to bed. Nancy stayed with me, but yeah, they put me to bed. They left, and my mother was like, "What the hell was that yesterday?" I don't know. Don't talk to me. Like, like my head hurts. That was the worst hangover I've ever had in my life. I threw up 1972, and I wasn't born till 74. So like, it was bad, but it was fucking fun. It was fun. All I remember was Eli going, put your goddamn shirt back on, son of a bitch. He was so mad. I was like, but it's hot. He was like, no, put your shirt on. Anyways, there's a little story for you. But Shani, I'll join you in migraine misery. No, woke up with one and it's not letting go. Is it above your eyes or is it like by your neck? Mine is by my neck. So I know mine is a little hormone driven because I only get them there from a change in my hormone levels. That just means that, when it gets to circle 3 or 4 days on the calendar and be like, tread lightly. Like, he just knows. He knows I'm going to be crazy for a couple days. It's like, whatever. He takes it with a grain of salt. He's good about that. I still feel you on the weather-induced aches and pains. Yeah, that affects my joints, but not my head. The headache is definitely hormonal because it's literally coming from like the middle of my shoulder blades and shooting up my neck into my head. And it feels like somebody has a metal band around my head and they're just tightening it again and again. It's just like, great. This is just great. And it's snowing, so everything is bright. It's like, all right, whatever. We deal. Shani said, it's the weather pressure cap. Track the barometric pressure, and then you'll find a pattern. I'm just not at Coke level yet. Girl, cola. You're not at Coca-Cola level yet. Words matter. Especially on YouTube, because that could be taken as anything. T-Rex said, yeah, us men are just terrible anyways. Can't we change the subject? No. Why would I change the subject? I love men. Listen, you got to think about the mindset that I grew up in. It went from I went from being trained by my grandmother that the man is the king of the castle. Like, you just give him whatever he wants. If he wants you to bake cake, bitch, you better bake a cake. It better be from scratch. Like, get off your ass. Let's go. Chop, chop. But anything the men in our family wanted, they got. You know, nobody ever got out of their seat to get something to drink. Winnie jokingly said that if he, had millions, he'd, buy a mansion, he'd sit by the pool, write his books, and he was like, and Shelly be serving me drinks. And I said, and I'm like, my eyebrow went up because I was like, excuse you, how come you get to be a millionaire and I get to be the servant? Bufangle. But then I was like, I was like, if another bitch came out to give him something to drink, I'd get stabby. So I was like, all right. I didn't appreciate that he said it that way, but it was true nonetheless. You don't have to like the truth for it to be, correct. And I was like, yeah, all right. But that's the thing. I reflexively said, why do I have to serve? But in actuality, that's what I would want to do. I wouldn't want anybody else serving, my dude. Like, no, like that's mine. You don't touch it, don't look at it, don't talk about it, keep it out of your mouth. Like the name, especially. Anything else, I'm gonna hurt you. Like, if he needs something, that's what he's got me for. Okay? Like, that's what he's got me for. And that was how my grandmother raised me. Like, it's weird because she didn't do that. Like, she did that with like household stuff or domestic stuff. But when it comes to like the private, intimate stuff, she didn't do that, which is why, he stepped out for decades. I mean, he loved his family. He was dedicated to his family. He was an amazing provider, father, whatever. But as far as like the intimacy between a wife and a husband, that wasn't there. There was trust, there was respect, but there was no spark there. And so she didn't give him that, so he stepped out for it. But she taught me, give him whatever he wants. Like, whatever they want, doesn't matter. Like, just if they want you to like run to the store, run to the store. If they say, oh, there's something on this rug, clean the whole fucking rug. Like, she was like, learn how to mop, learn how to cook, learn how to make, like really, really scrumptious baked goods. Like, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. My mother taught me, like, the way to a man's heart is through his stomach and a little lower. Like, that these are the lessons I grew up with. And then I get to college, because in high school we didn't have any of this feminism shit in my high school. Like, the girls were very much protected by the boys. Like, we were treated like girls. The guys were these big butch, like, athletes or big nerds. And they were very protective of us. So we didn't have the whole I am woman, hear me roar. We just did our thing and that was it. And then I went to college. And it was all, oh, we don't need this, and men are this, and blah, blah, blah. Like, you're an independent woman. You should get a career. You don't need to worry about getting married. You don't need to depend on any man. You could go out and do whatever you want. And I had all this shit like fill in my head. And then, of course, what did I do? I went and I just started treating the dudes the way they treated me that I was dating. And they didn't like it. So, yeah, it's a whole different thing. But I mean, I went through the whole man hating thing, and I was also afraid of men. But I went through the whole man hating thing, and I came out the other end. I don't hate men. I love men. I really do. When I look back, all my friends, like my really, really close friends, were dudes. And the girls that I knew were like, why are you friends with so many guys? Because the guys don't bring me drama. They're not catty. They're not mean. They don't give a shit what I'm wearing. They're just, oh, she showed up. She's funny. It's great. Hand me a beer. That was it. We just hung out. It was fucking drama free. It was calm. It was funny. Yeah, I never had to worry about watching my back because they always had my back. If girls fucked with them, I was there like, you got a problem? So, I mean, I was like their female shield. Yeah, and it was always better when I hung out with guys. I was more relaxed. I was able to, and it's weird because I should have been more afraid because I claimed to hate them so much. and that they were all shit or whatever, but yet all my best friends were men. All of them. I mean, you look, I had Eli for years. I had I had Tommy around since I'm 17 years old. I had, when I was younger, I had a best friend, David. Like every guy that I was close to was one of my closest friends. Now, did things happen with them as I got older? Yeah, sometimes. Not all the time, though. Not all the time. I do have a lot of male friends that I never even like. I look at them and go, dude, you might as well be a Ken doll, because I just don't see you that way. And they're like, never? No, never. Why? You see me that way? Well, yeah, occasionally. Well, don't. Like, keep that shit to yourself. Do not share that information with me. I don't want to know it. I still remember I was I went somewhere. We were at some, oh God, what was it? It wasn't McDonald's. It was the one across. Oh, we had a Burger King. We had a McDonald's and a Burger King right across the street. And I was like 16. And I didn't know what any like sexual stuff was. I was very naive. And we went, all of us, to Burger King. And I was like, I'm sitting there and I'm like scratching at my chest because I had an itch. Like, I guess I had a hair or something like in my bra and it was driving me nuts. And I kept scratching and they were like, what is wrong? I was like, my boob is like itchy. And the guy that I was with, he was like, was it itchy last night? I was like, yeah, as a matter of fact, it was. He was like, yeah, that was me. Sorry. I was like, what? And all the guys went like hysterical. They were all there, ha, 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 ha. And I was like, what? All of us girls were completely like oblivious. Had no idea what he was talking about. And I was like, all right, either I'm going to kick your ass or you're going to tell me what the fuck you're laughing about. And he was like, he goes, you never heard of that? He goes, when your tit itches, the guy is jerking off thinking about you. I was like, oh, no. And he was like, yeah. I was like, do you know how like itchy my boobs get at night? He was like, yeah, I can imagine. I was like, wait, that means you, ew. And he was like, what? I was thinking of you. I was like, that's double ew. I was like, oh, like, don't tell me that shit. What is wrong with you? Because as you all know, I visualize everything. So of course I immediately got the image of it in my head in full surround sound, Technicolor and everything. And I was just like, oh, that's so gross. I was like, I really could have, like, I need to bleach my brain now. Like, that's so gross. I was like, make me unsee it. I want to unsee it. I don't want to see that anymore. He was like, sorry. If it helps, it's not the first time. I was like, la 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 la. I used to do this thing where I'd put my fingers in my ears and go clang, clang, clang with the trolley because I didn't want to hear you. And I'd sing it so loud, they'd be like, all right, fuck it. I'm not going to say it. But yeah, I didn't know that. Did you girls know that? But apparently when your boobs itch, a guy is like, thinking about you, doing a certain act. It's like, okay, no, didn't know that. But thanks for letting me know. I don't know how true it is, but I don't know how false it is either. It's not like they're going to cop to it. Captain Kern said, so about that foosball game Sunday. What foosball game? You mean the Eagles game where they dominated? Where the only reason that the Chiefs scored at all after the first friggin' quarter was because we took our starters out and oh my God, I just said, wait, no, I take that back because the Eagles took their starters out and like they did, basically they were just gimmies. They just kind of like gave those away. Like, all right, they got it. Because they sucked. I don't know what the Chiefs were on, but it was not on a winning streak. I can tell you that. They were not in that mentality. They sucked. I almost never miss a Super Bowl because it's the Super Bowl. But I enjoyed watching this one because I was sitting there going, holy shit, what, like, why'd they show up? Why did they even show up to the game? Mind you, I lived in Kansas City. So, I mean, I've gone to many Chiefs games. I got them for free through my job. They were rewards. Hey, Kay, what's up? But I have no words. Like, I was watching them go, what are they doing? Like, are they going to move? Because the Eagles are just like all over the fucking place. They're just like running here, running there, catch this, intercept that, throw this one off fucking into the freaking stands. Like they were just on it. They were on fucking fire. And the Chiefs were on fire in a different way. They were like a dumpster fire. It was sad to watch. It really was. Exciting because I wanted the Eagles to win for winning and his son, but yeah, no. The Chiefs, oh wow, that was massacre. Massacre. 40-6. That I was like, are you kidding me? I was like, holy shit. I was like, well, Christine's happy, my mother's happy, Fredo's happy, like Winning's happy, his son is happy, everybody's happy. It's great. Meanwhile, the Giants still suck big balls. Big hairy balls. They suck these nuts. Heidi, I know you were right believing for so long. I'm all out of love. I'm all out of love. I'm so lost without you. Yeah, they're so dramatic. Those songs are so melodramatic. I love to just like be real campy with them. It's great. Take somebody's favorite love song where they're like, this song always makes me cry. I'll sing it to you. You won't cry. You'll be fine. You will never cry when you hear this song again because you're only going to see me. And then I just go full fucking retard. Snipperoonie said one of those in the doghouse is me. Aw, for obvious reasons. No, honey. No being in the doghouse. You don't have to be in the doghouse. You could just hang out with us and everything will be cool. I know I'm torn about Valentine's Day. I've always been. I hate Valentine's Day and I never used to. Miguel did that shit to me. I used to love Valentine's Day. It didn't matter if I was with somebody or not. It didn't matter if I got something or not. My friends and I made it a good day. And then when I was pregnant with Katie and he just let the whole day go by and avoided me. He never came by, nothing. And then the next day he shows up with his 75% off clearance sale bullshit, like a single fucking balloon. Like you couldn't buy more than that. Like it was 75 fucking percent off. I'm pretty sure you could have gone for, I don't know, 2, 3, something to make it look like something, more than just a flower, where's, I don't even get a card, like nothing. And I'm 6 months pregnant with your child. You walk in the day after Valentine's and you're like, here, Mitch, I love you. Fuck you, get out. I was so mad. I was so mad. I was like, you made me cry on Valentine's Day. And he was like, oh, but well, you didn't get me that. I did. And I had stuff for him. And I gave it to him. All of it. It wasn't in the same condition I bought it in. I could tell you that. I bought him video games that he really, really wanted. He wanted like Donkey Kong Country or some shit like that. And I mean, back then they cost me like $70 a pop. So it was like shit. And I got him 3 of them. And I gave them to him in the box. The box was beautiful. I wrapped it myself. I made the top detachable with the bow, and I really worked hard on it. And he was so excited when I handed it to him after, I wanted to like kill him. And he was like, you got this for me? I was like, yeah, open it. Oh, he got the 3 video games. He got the cases they came in. He got the cardboard on the outside. And he got the amazing job of, if you want to make it functional, I hope you like jigsaw puzzles, because I smashed it to bits. I smashed every one of those games. I ripped apart every cardboard box. I broke every case. And then I very nicely put tissue paper in the box and I put it all back in the box. I closed the tissue paper. I put the top on the box. I even put I put lipstick on. I put a kiss on the top of the box. And when I handed it, he thought what he got. And to watch him just crumble when he saw what it was. I was like, there, now I feel better. Get the fuck out. And that's when I threw him out. And my mother's like, you better leave. She's like, you better leave because she will do to you what she did to those video games. You better go. And he was like, all right. He was like, but I got you something. No, you got me an afterthought on clearance. Now, while I applaud somebody saving money, You don't do that, especially if the girl is carrying your child. Like, you just don't do that. So, but yeah, no, I demolished those video games. It was so much fun. I've never told anybody that. The only people who know that is Miguel, my mother, and Fredo, because we were the only ones there, and he was so upset. He cried so bad. I've never told anybody that, but yeah. So I spent $200 on his gift about, and fuck it, I spent it. I destroyed it. I could have picked Doghouse because the dog will be angry. Aw. As I won't go to the ranch. However, I might go to the ranch. Baha. You gonna go to the bunny ranch? Don't go to the bunny ranch. That's expensive. I said hi, Kay. Every kiss begins with K. That always reminds me. Your name always reminds me of that damn commercial. I wonder if a certain green avatar motherfucker is going to be in the doghouse. I'd say it's 50-50. You know what? I don't think it's possible for him to really go into the doghouse. I don't. I'm not going to go there. Okay. It's a different situation. He thinks differently than most people, so I don't have the same expectations for him that I would have for other people. And besides, he does stuff all the time to make me feel special, so I'm not that worried about it. Having said that, will it hurt? Yeah. It'll bother me. But that's all right. I don't expect anything. I just expect him to, be him. My dad messaged my siblings and I yesterday. Reminder, Valentine's Day is Friday. I responded, that sounds like a you problem because we're single. Dad said, your mother is your Valentine. That's true. If my son, if he doesn't wish me a happy Valentine's Day, I will be so upset, and he knows it. He don't have to give me I want my hug. I want my special squidge. I want the kiss on my head. And I love you, Mom. Happy Valentine's Day. And then that'll make me happy. That's my gift from him. That's it. And he was like, did you get us anything? I was like, nope. Why? I was like, because y'all are grown and you need to go out. You need to get a girlfriend. She needs to get a fucking husband, and leave me alone. I am no longer your Valentine. You're my Valentine, but I'm not your Valentine. He did. He straight up said, I'm not your Valentine. You're Winning's problem. I was like, thanks. He was like, you're Winning's problem. All right. Thanks, honey. I know where I stand. I'm so glad I got stretch marks for you. Like, I hate children. I really do. They're too fucking honest. Mine especially. And my son was like, are you going to do that thing where you're like, oh, no, your love is enough, and then you're going to pout all day? I was like, probably. He was like, all right, just so I know. Okay. I responded, no. Again, that sounds like a you problem. She's your Valentine. No, your mother gave you life, T-Rex. You will be her Valentine until the day she dies. You better go do something for your mother. Like, I don't know, make her an omelet or a fucking cake, or get her a cupcake, or draw her a picture. I don't care. Go in and just say, you know what? I'm glad you're my mom. That's all we really want. If you just go and give her a compliment, a genuine compliment of appreciation, you'll make her whole day. That's all we want to know, is that we've been there for you and you needed us and we did the job, and you recognize that and you appreciate that. That's all we want. Really. I mean, you ask any mother, they just want their kid to look at them and go, you know what? You did a good job. Thank you. I know I'll put you through it. Thank you. Like, you didn't have to. You could have bailed on me first day, but you stuck it out for 20 years, 30 years. I'm like, thanks, Ma. That's all we want. That's all we want. And to think I was going to send you a super chat. Whatever. Listen, I know the rash is irritating. I know you don't like to be itchy and it's all prickly and whatever, but it's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. Don't take it out on me. I mean, I understand, and this is your one pass, but, just apply the cream that the doctor gave you and you'll be fine. If you knew the gruesome history of Valentine's Day, two different saints and bloody events, well, never mind with the useless info. No, I do know the original. See, origins are my thing, but I mean, that's not what it stands for now. Now it's all commercial and it's just like, if you don't do something, you don't love me. Like, yeah. But it's still like, you still don't want to be left out on that day. I've never had schnapps, but I love black licorice. I need to try some. You need to try anisette. Anisette taste, or even sambuca. Sambuca is a little thicker, and I I don't want to say it's stronger than anisette, but it's different. Like one is Greek, one is Italian, but they're very very similar. But yeah, you would probably love sambuca. I have gotten drunk many many times on sambuca. My friend Artie and I, we used to get drunk on sambuca because that's his favorite. Well, it was his favorite. He's gone now. But yeah, even when he worked in the gas station, I was like, I was young. He didn't care. He'd be like, "You want to do a shot? Yeah, why not?" And because I had a really good tolerance then. But yeah, we would get drunk on sambuca. You would like that. Sambuca is more expensive than anisette, and it's thicker. It's just a little stronger. The anisette, you could put anisette in coffee, put anisette in, if you add it to hot cocoa, forget it. And if you have the white cocoa, it's even better. Like you just pour it right in. It's fine. It's just amazing. Now I want friggin' anisette. Unfortunately, I got so drunk on that anisette at that time. Do you know I couldn't even smell anise, like star of anise or anisette cookies, or even like the Christmas cookies my grandmother would make for years without sitting there going, "Whoop, whoop," like I would just dry. But I couldn't drink anisette for about 20 years. And then I was so drunk that somebody offered it to me and I just downed it. And I was like, I know what that was. It's like, oh, I hope I don't know what it is a second time in reverse. But yeah, it was. You gotta like really like black licorice though. If you don't like black licorice, you'll hate anisette. Hey y'all, having a busy day at work, but wanted to say hi. Hi, in you, out you, all around you. How you doing, my lovey? I hope you're well. And you said full on faking it till I make it to the end of this day. Hell yeah, that's where I am. I'm just gonna keep putting a smile on my face. Hi. I'm not feeling it though. I'm not like I literally just want to close the computer, go and cry somewhere. That's just what I want to do. No rhyme or reason. So it's gotta be hormones because it's been creeping up on me for like 2 days. And I've been feeling myself get lower and I keep trying to pep myself up, and then I'm just getting irritated. Like people are just pissing me off. Even like winning just pissed me off yesterday, and I was just like, you know what? And he didn't do anything. He just, I mean, nothing new. It was just winning being winning, and it was just rubbing me the wrong fucking way. And I was like, you know what? Let me just be quiet because I knew it wasn't his problem; it was my problem. When it's his problem, I just say, "You're doing this. I don't like it." And he's okay. Like as long as he's aware, he's like, I won't do that then. But no, it was mostly, me. I'm not gonna say it was all me because it didn't come out of nowhere. But yeah, for me it was my inability to deal was more hormonal than anything. Keep it out of your mouth. I mean, that's where it belongs, isn't it? Good luck to you, Inya. I'm sure you'll make it to the end of the day. You absolutely will. Shenny has full faith in you. Shenny and her shenanigans. Sir Frank Otter. Hi, honey. How are you? I hope you're doing well. He said, "Oh, us men are shit, but you know what? We learned how to curb our shit, but we have to learn." I don't think men are shit. I don't. I think that women who think that have been really badly hurt. They've been badly influenced. And I mean, I speak from experience. And I think they're just too scared to trust, and it's easier to demonize the other side so that you stay away from them. You reduce the risk of getting hurt. Because you can't form a connection to somebody who's going to betray you if you don't engage with them. So you just make them into the villains, make them scarier than they actually are, and it wards you away. You actually convince yourself to stay away from them. And it minimizes the chances of you catching feelings for somebody and getting your heart broken or getting betrayed. I did that for years and years and years and years. I refused to let anybody in. Nope. I didn't want to know nothing. I didn't want to talk to nobody. You want to bang? All right, that's fine, whatever. Like, but I just went back to exes for that because I was like, my numbers aren't going up. I'll just recycle. Like, if I had an itch, all right, you scratch it, whatever. But then you got to go. We don't do sleepovers. We don't do cuddling. Like, I'm not cooking for you. I'm not your girl. Like, we're literally like, hey, how you doing? Bang, goodbye. That was it. Slam, bam, thank you, ma'am. Like, I'm good with that. Yeah. Get it up, get it on, get it in, get out. That was how it was for decades for me. Because I was busy. I had kids to raise. I had, like 3 jobs at a time. I was going to school, we're doing Tiger Showman. Like, I had a lot of shit. I had friends that, mattered to me, frankly, just mattered to me more than any dude that I knew. So it was like, all right. Just to remember that I can do it. We'll just hop in. All right. Yeah, that sucked. Go. Goodbye. Like, oh, I'm not staying the night? Nope. I made one of them leave at like 1:00 in the morning. He was like, there's no buses and it's snowing. That's not my problem. I was like, there's a McDonald's a block away. Go get yourself a cup of coffee and stay there for the night because you ain't staying here. He was like, oh my God, I can't believe you're being like, get the fuck out. Get out. And I did. I was so cold about it. I was like, oh, well, he kept calling me too. I was like, dude, I'm trying to sleep. He was like, I'm freezing. Not my problem. Not my problem. Yeah, I can be a bitch. But I think we did that because we were scared. We were scared. I couldn't trust anybody. Everybody I trusted betrayed me. And then I tried to like trust new people because I was stuck home. And I had this, what I thought was an awesome group of people. And that didn't turn out very well. So while I don't wish them any ill will, and I don't think they're bad people, it just didn't work out with me. They were bad people to me, but maybe not in general. And they were being orchestrated. They were being manipulated by somebody else anyway. But yeah, it can suck. Like, you're afraid, so you demonize the other side so that you don't have to interact with them. This way you think you're protecting your heart, but all you're really doing is stagnating in life. You're cutting off your options. And you're just not having the experiences that lead you to be a better person, a richer person, not rich in money, but like more well-rounded, and you give into the fear. That's a really slippery slope because when you give into that fear, it's so much easier to give into all the others. Because nothing pushes you like love does. Like, nothing drives you like love does. And when you purposely stay away from love and avoid it because you're afraid, staying away from all the other stuff you're afraid of is a lot easier because they're not as big as love is. So if you can stay away from that, oh, well, then hell, I'm going to give into that fear. I'll just give into all of them. It's a very slippery slope. No problem in ya. I've even walked into my busy office day. Don't tell on me. I'm thinking of firing myself and hiring somebody else. I'm the reason I'm Billy. I'm Billy. Oh my God, who's thinking about me now? I'm the reason I'm busy. I work too slow. No, you don't. You work at your shenny pace, and that's all that they deserve. You do you, honey. Hugger buggers. Woo! Hit 1K subs on YouTube. That's awesome, Kern. Awesome. Congrats. Very much congrats. Everybody say congratulations, Captain. Oh, I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you. I'll get there someday. Or I won't, and I won't give a shit. Sometimes I wake up and I'm like, I should just delete my channel. I really do. Like, sometimes I just don't want to. I just want to disappear and be like, whatever. Because I feel like I'm doing this for nothing. Like, what's the point? What is the point? But then, I have you guys, and that's what keeps bringing me back because I don't want to just abandon you guys. And I don't think you'd understand if I just up and disappeared. Foosball game is switching subject. Nope. Nope, we don't switch subjects. We stick with the subject whether we like it or not. We squirrel, but we always come back to it. I watched a video someone took of a lady in the stands. She had a Mahomes voodoo doll poking it repeatedly. And yeah, that was disturbing. Yeah, she was sitting there poking it with the needle and she was an Eagles fan. And she's sitting there like rocking and poking this and I'm like, bitch, do you understand that you're actually like you're welcoming a fucking demon to help you? Like that's not good. It's like that is not a football game is not worth your soul. Put the damn voodoo doll down. Like they'll win on their own. All of a sudden, Casey's referee support dried up. Yep, and they couldn't win, right? When they don't have the refs on the payroll, suddenly, oh my God, we play like shit and nobody told us. Funny, we all saw it. The Chiefs are from Missouri. Pretty sure Kansas doesn't want to claim them anymore. Stop. They are Kansas City Chiefs. Stop it. Kansas City Chiefs and the Kansas City Royals. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Missouri don't want them either. Shani same. I do everything in spurts. And yeah, phrasing. You do everything in spurts, you dirty girl. Mission accomplished. You're welcome. Oh no, the USS Harry Truman aircraft carrier collided with the merchant vessel in the Mediterranean Sea. Of course it did. Did you see that supposedly like Vince Neil? Is that who it was? Vince Neil from Motley Crue? That his friggin' jet came in I think it was Arizona or was it San Diego? One of them, but it came into the airport like at full speed and it veered off the runway and crashed and killed somebody. Like Motley Crue, have you not done enough damage in the world? Stop wrecking shit. I know that's like your mantra, but damn. I hope nobody like the merchant vessel. Was it like a small fishing boat or something, or was it like one of those tour boats? I hope nobody was hurt, or at least I hope nobody died. If you're hurt, well, at least you have a chance to heal. Frank said my middle one is doing singing Valentine's at school this year. Aw, and decided to pay for one for her little brother. That's so cute. Aw, I love that. I have so many questions on how it got that close. Wait, on the thing? Yeah, I know. I'll have to look into that later. On the ships. Was it a Gazan merchant? I don't know. That was, gee, what a coinky dink. Take care, sleep well. Oh, T-Rex is going to sleep. Yay, go sleep. That was 15 minutes ago. Hopefully you're asleep already. Listen, I'm only 15 minutes behind, so sleep well. Heidi said my kids are my Valentine. My 3 kids are my Valentines. They're always going to be your Valentines. My son's just my, yeah, your winnings problem down. Thanks. He likes to bring that. He always calls me winnings problem. He's like, no, I don't got to deal with you. He's like, you need a hug? Call him. No, really? And he's like, no, I got a hug for you. I'm like, I'm telling him you said that. He's like, I don't care. He's like, if he was here, he'd hug you. I'm like, yeah. He was like, I don't want to go there, Ma. No. Walking away. Ellie Fun. I've been lurking here while I fold a mountain of laundry. Alrighty. Good. How you doing, honey? I'm sending you love too. Sir Frank Otter said it was a bulk carrier built in 2003 named Besiktas M, sailing under the Panama flag. Panama's pissed off. It doesn't matter. We still own half your ass. T-Rex, Jesus Christ, Shelly. What? I'm just saying what the doctor told you to do. I mean, come on now. Elifant, as my friend with 7 kids once said, the laundry is never done. Even when you think it's done, there'll be more tomorrow. Listen, even when your laundry is done, you still have dirty clothes. They're just on your body. So laundry never ends. It's a vicious cycle, unless you're going to do laundry naked, in which case don't get too close to the dryer. because those doors can get hot. A friend told me. Anyway, um, and just remember, if you ever have sex on top of a washing machine, don't put your ass in the middle of the door. Stay toward the sides where it opens and closes. Otherwise, it could cave in, and that could be really embarrassing and hard to explain to your family. Just saying. Reminds me of when Kramer asked Newman why postmen go crazy and go postal, and Kramer's response was because the mail never stops. The mail never stops. It never stops. Frank said the wife and I went out Valentine's shopping for each other yesterday. Aw, we turned it into a kind of date, kind of. And she ended up buying me a new cotton canvas Western vest, and I got her a new hoodie. Aw, that's sweet. That is really sweet. Shelly's the best at 2 times 3. Thanks, Ellie. Thank you so much. That's sweet. I'm glad you got to do stuff with her and that you got gifts that you enjoy. That's the main thing. Like I don't like flashy gifts. I don't like big gestures. I don't like any of that stuff. It's the little stuff that matters to me. The thoughtful things. Like I don't want to just see a gift. I don't want to hold a gift. I want to be able to like feel the intention behind that gift. The symbolism is more than anything to me. And for me, I just like to spoil somebody a little bit. Not overly. I mean, if I had the money, then I'm spoiling, you can't imagine. But I deal with what I got. But yeah, no, that's cute. That's cute. It's good that you're good to your wife. Make sure you're always good to your wife because I know things get lost in the day to day. I did tell my son the other day about how to treat women, and I was talking to somebody else, and I said, "Listen," it was a kid that I was talking to, was a teenager, and I said, "When you start dating, don't do that gay ass like take her hand and kiss her hand and like a gentleman like that whole thing. No, don't do that because it's creepy." Yeah, it's creepy. Like, I don't know one woman that's like, "Oh, he took my hand and kissed my fingers." No, they're like, he didn't shake my hand. He kissed my hand. I don't know him. Like, we don't like it. That's an old timey thing that's got to go. However, when you're dating a girl and you're with her, and say you're driving in the car or whatever, hold her hand. Just hold her hand. When you're walking, hold her hand. And once in a while, not often enough that it becomes like, something they take for granted. But every once in a while, like if she's looking off in the distance or just smiling and you're walking around, just look at her and smile and raise her hand up, kiss the back of her hand, smile again, put the hand down and go about what you were doing. I was like, and you have no idea what that's going to do to her heart. She's going to melt. Like she will never forget that you were the one that kissed her hand like that. She will never forget that you made her feel precious and cherished with that one little kiss to the back of the hand. That's the way to kiss a woman's hand, not the whole you take their hand and you bend over and it's weird. Like just hold her hand. No matter where you go, hold her hand. It doesn't matter. You don't have to do the whole big cuddle thing, no big displays. But if you're in the car, hold her hand. If you're at a game, hold her hand. If you're walking through the mall or the flea market, wherever the fuck you are, walking through the park, hold her hand. Watching TV, hold her hand. Like, don't do the death grip, but just make her feel like you're connected all the time. Like you want that connection. Because that's what that's telling her brain. Oh, he's touching me, but not in a sexual way because he loves me. Because he cares about me. And that you take your relationship, like that whole connection, to a whole other level. You have no idea how much girls love that. So that's my advice to any man out there. Every once in a while, just hold your girl's hand and just, lift it up in front of her face, look at her, kiss the back of her hand, smile, and put her hand back down and act like it was just You just had to do that. No words necessary, no grand gestures, just a simple, that's it. And that bitch will be like, oh my God, he's so getting some later. Because our erogenous zones are many and varied. Like, if you do that, oh, I swear to God, she'll just be like, I'm ready now. You ready? We'll do later too, round 2, 3, 4. Like, you're going to need vitamins and coffee. Let's go. Like, just saying. Oh my God, that was great. Shelly singing it 2 times. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I do sound really funny at 2 times speed. I do. Heidi, it's not for not T3's your channel, but I feel you with the sometimes. It's not for not. It's not for not T3's. Okay, I need help. It's not for not T3 your channel, but I feel you with the sometimes. I don't know what that means, but I'm sure you'll figure it out. Yeah, I saw that. Glad Vince is okay. Yeah, I don't even know if he was in the thing. I stopped. I was like, oh, Motley Crue, they crashed the plane. Big surprise. It's like airports have become the new hotel rooms. So they're just like, fuck it, wreck it. How much you want to bet? He was like, let me take this bitch in. Ooh, I think I hit something. Old rock stars never die. They just, get dumber. Looked like nose gear collapsed on land. That's what I thought too, because when he came in, I don't know if it collapsed or if it didn't descend. Because if you watch, like he came in, he nosedived and then it just dragged the whole front the whole way, and then it started to like veer off to the corner. I was like, oh my God. There was another thing yesterday. I saw it last night. Where was it? Fuck. I don't know, but one of our planes went into the water. The pilots both ejected, but it literally just right into the water. God damn, that was a big thing of snow. Apparently, all the snow has not fallen off my roof, but by the end of today, I think it will. Yeah, but that was bad. But there was another freaking a military plane crash in the. I want to say the Mediterranean, but I don't know. But it was one of ours. I don't know where it was. I can't remember where it was. My brain's not working. This is your PSA for the day, says Heidi. Welcome to Talking Trash and Truth. This is your PSA for the day. Hot dryer doors and washer tops. Beware. There you go. Did I do it justice? I hope I did it justice. Frank, we got shirts for each other too. Aw, Enya, that's so cute. That's so cute. Mine says live, laugh, toaster, bath, and live, laugh, toaster, bath. That's, oh my God. And my hubby's is the 5-finger death punch shirt. Nice. Nice. Oh my goodness. Okay, my brain just applied something and I don't understand why. It said somebody needs a t-shirt. This is what my brain said to me, by the way. Somebody needs a t-shirt with David Carradine that says he's hanging around here somewhere. Yeah, I know. I don't know why it went there. I really don't. I don't know why it went there. But I had to share that with the class. Oh, he also got me some lemons, helping another lemon say it. It says lemonade. Oh my God. That's funny. Cap says, so I've never used Instagram threads. Just found out it's a yellow pages for e-whores. Just logged in and all I see is tits and ass. I'm going to have to check that out because I didn't know that either. I mean, I'm not looking for anything. I'm very happy where I'm at. But, I mean, I like to make sure I know what's out there. So, and I share it with my honey, so it's fine. Now I want the live, laugh, lobotomy one. Oh, don't give that to Kennedy. He'd be very upset. He'd be like, my aunt. Oh, we miss her. It's so fucked up. I'm sorry. That was so fucked up. Sir Frank Otter, Wolfram. Yeah, there was a landing gear failure that caused it to veer off the runway and plow into the park Gulfstream, but still waiting on the full NTSB investigation. Yeah, we're never going to know. They're not going to tell us the truth. At this point, I just assume they're all going to lie because they're going to want to cover up because they want the insurance money. Got me one with some lemons. Nice. Yeah, lemons are good. I suck on lemons. Wow, that could have been, yeah, moving on. Winning Reality. He said, hi, everybody. Hi, Winning. How are you? Kay Marshall. Gotta go later, y'all. You take care of yourself, Kay, okay? Okay? Every kiss begins with Kay. I swear to God, every time I see you, that freaking commercial goes through my head. Every single time. Never fails. And you saying hi. Ellie said the USS Harry Truman collides with merchant vessel in the Mediterranean. Yeah, like what? Are they giving any like stats on that? And in case you're just joining and haven't read X or anything else today, the 3 updates I had was Trump fired all the federal prosecutors that Biden hired. So it's 93 federal prosecutors gone. MAHA, RFK, got confirmed 52-48. So he's in, RFK Jr. And Kash Patel passed the Senate Judiciary Committee vote with 12-10. And so now his vote goes on before the full Senate. So we got Bondi in, we got Tulsi in, we got RFK Jr. in, thank Christ. Hopefully we're definitely get Kash in. There's no way. But I think he's the one they're most afraid of. Like they know they're going to get hit in the pocketbook with the other ones, like, you know, with Doge and with RFK and with everything else. They're kind of worried about, you know, getting their illegals taken away by, you know, Bondi and Gabbard. But Patel is going to go after them. And it ain't going to be no club fed. It's going to be like, yeah, we're reopening Alcatraz. Like, that's what they need to do. Oh my God, would that not be amazing? What if Trump reopened and just made Alcatraz so it was habitable? Doesn't have to be fancy. It just has to be clean and functional. It's what a jail is supposed to be. As it is, it's better than the ones in Atlanta. But what if he sent them all to Alcatraz if they get convicted? Fuck Gitmo, send them to Alcatraz, because the fear that goes with the name alone. Oh my goodness, that would be amazing. I would want that televised. I'd be like, can we just have Alcatraz Island 24/7? Because I just sit here and watch it and be like, oh, look, there's Mayorkas. He's somebody's bitch. Look, he got his pants pulled down. He learned the yard fashion. He learned. Good going. Old dogs do learn new tricks, apparently. Tricks with dicks. So, yeah, I told you I'm in a real mean mood today. Like, and it's not just arbitrary meanness. I'm just so fucking done with these people. I'm so over it. I'm so sick of taking shit from people. Like, bitch Mitch needs to come back out because she had fun. I am not feeling like I'm fun. I'm feeling very low today. So, Mitch the bitch it is. All right. Zach said, Heidi and I have a very special day planned tomorrow. She's ignoring me and I'm getting her nothing. It's going to be great. Oh, but you're going to do it both so much in abundance. See, that's what I like. When you're giving somebody something, give them a lot of it. Everybody saying hi, winning reality. Say his name and he appears. Maybe someone will get you a K for Valentine's. It's not the K I need. That's not the vitamin I'm looking for. A naval plane also went down off the coast of San Diego. That's the one that I was trying to think of. Thank you, Ellie. My brain would not separate the Arizona crash and I think it was, or was it San Diego? So yeah, the naval plane that went down in the water was off the coast of San Diego. Apparently, the two pilots were able to eject in time, and so they weren't harmed. There was no loss of life, as far as I know. Still, how many millions was that plane? Like these motherfuckers don't know how to like fly. I mean, it's a lot. Why are there so many multi-million-dollar planes going down in the goddamn water? Shit, at least do it on the friggin' land so we can salvage some parts or something. But in the water, everything's fucked. Sir Frank and Neil was not on the plane, but there was another pilot and 2 women were injured but survived. Let me guess. The 2 women that were injured had neck injuries because their heads got stuck underneath the steering column of the fucking plane. How much you want to bet? I would put money on that. That's a likely scenario. And you know it is. My chat was what you were saying about your channel and feeling like shutting it down sometimes. Not for not, your channel is not of little consequence. It means something and a great deal. I know. It's just sometimes I just want to give up. I do. When I'm low like this, there's nothing that's gonna motivate me until it passes. Because this is purely hormone driven. Because I don't want to be sad. I don't want to be low. I want to play music and laugh and like watch something. And I am in complete apathy mode. Like nothing I do, even my games are just like meh. Everything is meh. Like I don't care. I don't care. Whatever. Dog died. I don't own a dog. I don't care. Cat don't want to talk to you. I don't care. Your kids hate you. I don't care. Like everything is like I don't care. I'll care tomorrow, but I don't care today. I just want to be left alone. Just leave me alone. Just let me cry. I don't want to be in that space. And I keep trying to get myself out of it, which is why I streamed today, because I could have canceled. And I know it's the hormones because it feels like it's out of my control. Zach said, Heidi, you're supposed to be ignoring me. No, that starts tomorrow, honey. Tomorrow. God, I mean, don't ask for so much all the time. That's all right. We'll all ignore you. How about that? I mean, Ellie's already ignoring you. So there you go. She's doing it by proxy. Mexico threatened to sue Google over Gulf of America name change. Yeah, how about it doesn't belong to Mexico? So what are they going to sue over? Fuck them. They'll be lucky if we don't wind up buying them out. And I mean, it should be the Gulf of America because it's look at the location. There's North America, and right under is Central America, and then right off to the right is South America. So literally, it is like it goes from one place into another. It's all the Americas. It hits all the Americas at one point. It should be the Gulf of America. It's not like he called it the Gulf of USA. We live in North America. So does Mexico. So they should shut the fuck up. I'm in rare form. Okay. Shirts are always a nice gift for V-Day because it's something useful and thoughtful. One of my favorite shirts I have was from 2 years ago. It says, "This is otter nonsense," with the pistol of otter. It's so cute. Sarah Otter, did I ever tell you that my spirit animal was an otter? I went on, and I know y'all are going to give me shit about it, but I went on, we called it a dream walk. And I actually took Nerd on one of these dream walks, and he met his spirit animal and everything. And I went on this dream walk, and I met this little otter that was like very brazen and like, in this like dreamscape. He was very much in my face and like very like teasing, but not aggressive, just like very like in my face. And I kept saying, "But what's your name?" And he would say, "Badger." And I was like, "What the fuck?" I was like, and I couldn't figure out why he kept saying that. And I was like, "No, you're an otter." And he kept saying Badger. Well, apparently Badger was his name because my spirit animal is an asshole who is an otter called Badger because why not? So there you go. But yeah, and I have a little stuffed otter on my headboard right next to the Boo Boo Kitty. Right next to Boo Boo Kitty. Unfortunately, my cat keeps trying to steal Boo Boo Kitty, and I'm gonna wind up like knocking her out. But I love otters. I do. And they're so cute. The way they like hold hands when they drift down and they're asleep. They always hold their mate's hand. It's so cute. Oh, maybe that's why the hand holding thing is so important to me. Oh my God, what a funny coincidence. Anyway, my grandma told me her brother was in Alcatraz. Was he really? Ooh, I know a lot of the mobsters went there. It was a big thing for mobsters. But I think they should all go there. They should all go there. Sorry, I lost my breath for a minute. Alcatraz. Then you could continue to pay for the toys and see them all behind bars. I mean, if they set up a stream just to watch the yard or the cafeteria so that we could see them all incarcerated and how they're dealing, they could charge for that shit and we would all pay it. I'd pay a small fee to fucking watch that. Hell yeah. You want to talk about a good revenue income? Like, come on, that's a good revenue stream. I can't think of many people in this country or the world who wouldn't love to watch them suffer. Love to watch them get their comeuppance. Shit, that's worth a couple bucks. Hell, they've taken so much money already. It's like, I'll pay you $5 to watch you suffer. That's not a problem. That's the gift that keeps on giving. I love that. Otters are one of my favorites. And years ago, I got a mug that says Otterly in Love. Aw, it's still my favorite coffee mug. Aw, and you're so cute. You're so cute. I know I'm all over the place. Heidi, I'm phrasing. I know. Sir Frank got a close T3 rib injuries. Oh no, what happened? No rib injuries. Oh, I'm sorry. They just want to give up. Yeah, felt that before. Yeah, the just want to give up. I just want to throw in the towel on everything and be like, I'm done. I won't, but I want to. And like I said, that's all hormones because that's not something I ordinarily think. I'm the one that's like, no, come on, keep going. You can do it. For me, I'm like, fuck this shit. I'm like, oh, I can be positive for everybody. Be optimistic for me. Nah, ain't gonna happen. Nope. Ellie was way ahead on the Zach ignoring trend. Yes, she was. She just wanted to make sure that you felt being ignored from way back. So you know that there's always been somebody there having that kind of emotion for you. So there you go. Listen, I wish some people would ignore me. I really do. T-Rex said, holy shit. I just found out men's blue bonnet 140th anniversary boot. It's like a cowboy boot. It costs $16,000. Who spends it? You know what? You're tired and you don't need to be looking at $16,000 boots. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Damn it. You have more ice in your future. Go to sleep. Captain Kern, my IQ test results came back. They were negative. Oh God, that's the first joke of the day. Good job. A few behind the David Carradine shirt. I mean, I think the David Carradine shirt would be funny. I mean, my brain made me chuckle at it because it literally was just a picture of him. Like, yeah, he hasn't gone anywhere. He's still hanging around here somewhere. Dark humor. That's the Gen X staple. Yes. Thank you, Heidi. See, I'm not the only one yelling at you. She said you were supposed to be sleeping, T-Rex. See, Captain Curran, T-Rex, go to bed. See, we all said it. Y'all aren't my mom. Do you want me to take out the mom voice? Because I'll do it. Don't make me do it. Don't make me go there. Go to bed. Unless you enjoy making me worry. Because, making me worry ups my stress level. When my stress levels are higher, my joints swell up and then I'm in pain. So if you really want me to be in pain, if you care that little about my well-being, go ahead, stay up, have a party, whatever. Who am I to judge? You're not my kid. It's fine. It's fine. Just, yeah, do whatever you want. I mean, you're a grown-ass man, right? What do I know? So if you can't tell, today's show is about manipulation. And that was a perfect example of it. T-Rex. Mother trucker. Yup, it's my superpower. That's your superpower? I must have missed it. Sir Frank Otter. Still better than turning into a newt. I mean, we're your YouTube family. T-Rex. Get over it. That's right. Suck it up, Buttercup. Cap Kern said, before you marry a person, you should first make them use a computer with a slow internet connection to see who they really are. Bro, we see, that would be for the new generations. That would be funny as hell. Could you imagine them trying to use dial-up? Like, and then you're in the middle of something. You're like, oh my God, it's going to take 8 hours to download. How big is the file? 32 kilobytes. Really? I have to download a song. I want this song. I don't want to pay for it. Where am I going to go? Oh, let me go on all these different share whatever things. Let me go on Napster. And I didn't use Napster. I used oh God, it was something. Was it something share? The hell was it called? I don't know, but it was one of those open source things. And I mean, the shit that I downloaded, oh my God. My computers lasted like a year before they would just be like, nope, I'm done. Because they were loaded with viruses because of all the shit that I downloaded. And then I had people, they would send you like an email with an attachment. You always looked at it and you're like, fuck. Because you knew as soon as you opened that damn email, that's an hour and a half for like some naked, like weird person, like spitting a Coke bottle out of their butt. And you're just like, I hope my mother don't walk in when I'm looking at this. I had a friend, Klaus, that worked in Houston. He worked for Shipco in Houston. He was the manager. He's still the manager. But he and I were really good friends. And we used to joke around and whatever. And he would send me these files that were, I mean, this is year 2000. So the internet was new to me. Actually, it was 1999. So let me not even go there. It was 1999. And I didn't know anything. I barely had my computer at home for like 3 months. And he starts sending me all these things to my AOL because, of course, everybody had AOL. And I still have my AOL name, by the way. Just to let you know. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I got surprised. And he would send these things to me and it would just say sick stuff. And I'd be like, I don't want to open this. I don't want to open this.
Say his name and he appears.
This is a friendship that'll never ever end.
Hello.
Hi, honey. How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm wonderful. This is a surprise. What you doing?
I came here to be your support avatar.
That's what it says. Shelly's support avatar. Thank you so much. Thank you so
I
much.
should do this. I'll do this. All right.
Oh, you're gonna minimize yourself? Oh no. Always be the big you that you are.
All right. There you go.
There. Oh, I feel so protected. Okay, I know it's my channel and everything, but it bothers me.
Yep.
It just bothers me when I'm not in the right spot. Anyway, I was just going through this stuff. But yeah, no, could you imagine like these kids with the internet connection with the dial-up? They would not know what to do. Be in the middle of downloading something, all of a sudden lose the connection. They'd lose their minds. They can't cope.
Oh, yeah. Especially with the 5G. It's crazy.
They can't cope.
It's crazy.
They can't cope. They can't
Especially
cope.
the speed, how slow it
Right?
goes.
They're like, oh, I
Still
downloaded a
loading.
movie in 3 minutes. What? A movie in 3 minutes.
Why is it taking so long?
Do you remember how the pictures used to appear when they were downloading? You'd get like a line and then like another line, and it would slowly become an image. And then all of a sudden
Mhm.
you get to the end where you're like, oh, I think I could see it now because it'd still be like pixelated. And then all of a sudden, drop connection, son of a bitch. And you have to start all over again. Oh, that used to
Yeah.
drive me insane. Insane. Or you download songs and you go to play them and they're not the songs you downloaded. It's like some weirdo in the background being like, I made you download it. It's like, oh, great. That's great. Thanks. One of my friends sent me a file. I didn't know what it did, but it was one of those like booby trap files that you click on the thing and it starts bouncing around the entire screen and covers your whole screen in like the trails of the box. And and that shit never comes down. And I was like, every time they would send it to me and not like they changed the name of the file, and I had to open it up, be like, son of a bitch, because I always had to shut down. Shutting down took you like 15 minutes because nothing booted. You're just like, oh, I'm booting up my computer. I'll be with you in a half an hour. Like they just don't know the struggle. They don't know what it's like to have a computer monitor that the screen is like 6 inches wide, but the monitor itself weighs about 150 fucking pounds and it takes up your entire desktop. Like the whole thing. You don't, and everything's in like, weird green color.
Mhm.
Anyway, I have never found anyone captain. I'm reading chat. Might be boring. We would only see Hillary shivving everybody. No, you wouldn't love to watch Hillary in jail? Come on. I would pay for that. I would totally pay to be able to see that. Just watch them walking around Alcatraz. The rib injuries were in reference to the neck injuries that you were expecting for the two ladies on the plane. Okay. No, they definitely had neck injuries. There's no way that they didn't get caught underneath that wheel. Nope. I want to hear about manipulation. I feel it may be important for my current situation with somebody else. T-Rex, I talk to you about manipulation all the time. You literally having that conversation with me and Winning last night, you determined what today was about. Like it was because of you that I picked this topic. So there you go. You're my inspiration.
See, our last minute brainstorming session did work.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Well, more it was like, I want to fucking go to bed. What am I going to type? And then I started thinking, I was like, he's got all this shit. And I was like, oh, we talked about this. And then when he said, well, that was your show for tomorrow. And I was like, all right, fucking fine. That'll be my show for tomorrow. So I kind of did it because I was feeling spiteful, but whatever, it worked out. What do fish say when they hit a concrete wall? Damn. That's a cat and curd joke. I'm sorry. I like the corny jokes. Heidi said, fuck that shit. Aussie's outro just got stuck in my head. Fuck this shit. I'm out. Nice. YouTube yeeted that? Aw, I saw it. Oh, I forced my middle one and the oldest to use AOL 56K a few years back because they pissed me off and I took away their broadband. Good for you. That is some creative parenting, let me tell you. That is creative. I wish I could do that. Be like, here, Connor, just use dial-up. He'd be like, use what up? Like, how do you do that? Can't even do that. We don't have a landline. So weird. It's so weird to not have a house phone. I used to believe that all things must pass until I got stuck behind a school bus. That's true. There you go. You said I can't. I gotta find me some AOL discs. Oh my god, do you remember getting those in the mail?
God, they never stopped.
God, and I got them for years and years and years after AOL like went free. I knew people that were still paying for. I was like, why are you paying for AOL? Well, you have to. No, you don't. You just go like right into the settings. You pick the free plan, and it's the same as the paid plan that you've been paying for every month. I've been paying for that for years. You stupid. Like, learn to shit. My uncle did it for like 10 years. And he was like, why didn't you tell me? Oh, I didn't know. I knew. You got money. Spend it. Discs. I don't even remember how to spell. I know. Few women admit their age. Fewer men act it. That's very true. Very true. You never act your age. I wouldn't want you to. That was one of the things I was drawn to when we became friends. I liked that you were always gleeful. Like no matter what you did, you like jumped in like a kid just learning something new. And you're just like, all right, like you're always full of excitement and like ready to go. I wouldn't want you to be some old fogey. I mean, maybe when you're an old fogey, you could be an old fogey, but even then I doubt it.
Hmm.
I doubt it. You always had a youthful energy to you. Sir on AOL stopped a few years ago, but Net Zero, Juno, and DSL Extreme still operate. Do they really? What
Wow.
were the names of the music download things? All the open source ones, like not Napster, but there were other ones. Do you remember what they were?
Oh,
Because tons of programs. And you could open them up and you could like do a search and you just click on it and they would literally just list all your downloads. And you'd have like this many people are sharing the file, this many people are sharing the file, but I can't remember the damn names. Yep, my great uncle was in Alcatraz. Oh wow. I haven't ever even looked up his records though, but from what I know about him, he was a real piece of work. Oh wow, Ellie. That's cool though. I mean, at the time, I'm sure they were like, "Oh my god, we're so ashamed he's in Alcatraz." Now you're like, "I had an uncle in Alcatraz." Like now it's cool. It's like I could say it now because we don't know what he did, but you know, maybe then it's not so cool. But right now it's cool. I worked at Sykes in '96. One of the accounts I worked on was Juno. Oh, that's awesome. A woman will tell you her age. A woman that will wait. A woman you will tell. A woman who will tell you her age. I gotta change your thing. Will tell you anything. Mary Kay Ash. I'll be 39 again this year. Yeah, no, not you. My great aunt was a madam. Holy shit, Ellie, you have quite the colorful
LimeWire. That's right.
background.
There's one.
LimeWire, yes. Thank you. That was the one that I used mainly. There were other ones, but LimeWire was the most consistent. It was the most reliable and it gave me the least amount of viruses. But those I used to get the Trojan viruses with those like crazy. Like crazy. And I would always call the dudes at work in the IT and be like, I have viruses. Stop looking at porn. I was like, I'm not looking at porn. I'm downloading music. They're like, oh God. Fine. So they just send me a whole bunch of different antiviruses and like whatever. That was the only good thing about being friends with IT. That's something for these people. If you get a job in corporate, always be friends with the IT people. IT people and janitors. You good with those two, you're good. Like nobody else is going to bother you because they'll just shut everybody's shit down or make their garbages really nasty. I still have a wall phone landline for that purpose. Do you really? I miss the old phones. Don't you miss the old phones being able to hang up on somebody when you're pissed? You don't miss that one? Hey, emotional support. Where'd you go?
I'm right here.
Back on the list. You didn't answer the question. Napster, Sharester. No, the LimeWire, and there was another one with LimeWire. I want to say it was like a bear thing or something, but I can't. My mind is just not supplying.
I didn't use too many of them, so I don't know.
Oh, that's all I did. I mean, I had nothing else to do when I was home. I just wanted all my music, so I didn't have to buy all the music I had on CDs. I didn't think of it as stealing because, I mean, come on. I paid for those songs how many times over? At this point, I own them more than they did.
Yeah.
I miss rotary phones, don't you? No, I used to love rotary phones. There was something soothing about the. I fucked up. Got to start over. That was the worst. because you never screwed up at the beginning of the number. You always screwed up at the end. Anyway, so we're talking about manipulation. So I looked up, I had Grok do the work for me. So it says that there's the 10 easiest ways to manipulate somebody are through flattery, reciprocity, guilt tripping, scarcity, authority, social proof, isolation, love bombing, gaslighting, and fear, uncertainty, and doubt, which they call FUD. Okay. But like these can all be used for bad, but they can be used for good too, because flattery is not always a bad thing, right? I mean, you like to compliment people if they deserve it. It's when you get
Right.
like flowery and like, like Connor said to Katie yesterday, he was like, you got a little peanut butter on your nose right there. Because she was busy kissing, her grandparents' ass. Because that's what she does. It's like, oh, look at me. Oh, you're just the best, Grandpa. Or, oh, like dinner was wonderful. It was the best ever. And I just look at her and go, tone it down. Like, back it up a little bit. You're laying it on a little thick. I don't deal with a lot of people that get like that. I kind of like to shut them down because I know it's bullshit. Like, don't give me a compliment unless it's
Hmm.
1, earned, and 2, you mean it. What were you
Right.
gonna say?
Oh, nothing. I was just clearing my throat.
That's it? Okay.
No. I mean, I'm thinking about it in terms of how we live today,
Mm-hmm.
and just like what I see from other streamers and whatnot, and the falseness they can pervade to their crowd, their chat, just to
Mm-hmm.
kind of it's like they can some streamers have the ability like to pick out people in the crowd that they can just blow smoke up their ass and
Mm-hmm.
keep them around doing that. So it's like when we talk about this stuff, my mind, I'm finding my mind go into more streamer life than real life
Mm-hmm.
because I've managed to block out all the manipulators in my real life and keep them away really fast as best as I can. They still come around from time to time, but putting
But I
people off,
wonder,
making false promises, that's manipulation.
do you see
Huh?
more people like online being manipulative than you do in real life? I mean, does the anonymity that everybody seems to have, like that distance, you think that makes it easier for them to make that kind of decision? To go to
Well,
the darker nature?
it's just when they go and they say things they can't possibly know about the person and try to make it into something. And it's
Mm,
just, it comes across and they say it in this really like kind, like they're the super nicest person in the world kind of way.
mhm.
And, and I just like, do people fall for this?
Oh,
You
they
shouldn't
do.
know that. Yeah. They shouldn't know that much about them. And I think it's obvious to everybody you don't, but yet, are there, they just came around, they just started coming around or something, they're new. They're
Mm,
getting, they're into that territory already. The love bombing thing's another thing too. It's like making people feel included. That,
mhm,
in a way, we were in a scene like that
mhm.
where people
Sure
were doing
were.
that all the time, and like this
Well,
is
all
super
of this.
special, and we're super special, and
Mhm.
all
The
that.
gaslighting and yeah. "I can't
Yeah,
do it
those
without
people are
you,"
awful.
and, you know, "Oh, the show was crap today because you it was crap because of me, not the other 7 people on the fucking panel." Like, really? It was just all on me? Why? Like, unless you're able to go back at somebody who says stuff like that, you're basically just like, "Oh my god." That and I feel like that just all those things lead into the other forms of manipulation. Like, they don't all stand alone. They can, but they're very good at breeding into one another. Like, the gaslighting and love bombing easily go into, like, the guilt tripping and the flattery, the lack of reciprocity. You know, one thing leads to another, and pretty soon you're being manipulated in every area, so much so that you don't even notice because it's everywhere. It's the fish in the ocean. They don't notice the water. Like, because it's just surrounding you. You're breathing it in, you're eating, sleeping, drinking it, everything. And it permeates everything that you do. And then when you finally see it, you're devastated because it's just like, oh my God, when did this happen? Like, oh my God, how did this happen to me? I'm not this stupid, but apparently we are. That's the worst part for me of manipulation. It's the humiliation you feel when you realize somebody was able to manipulate you against your will.
Well, who are the easiest people to manipulate in real life? It's the inexperienced, the young, the new, right? To whatever scene it is. Those two, I guess. But I mean, I'm talking about like for someone who's a targeter. You know, they're gonna go after the newest people, the ones that don't have enough experience, haven't run into someone like them yet, so they don't know. They're not pre-armed. They don't know the different tricks, right? They don't understand it, or maybe they're not as recognized, and this gives them recognition and a feeling of inclusion. That's what becomes real manipulative. Is right.
Yeah, because like I've told this story about when I met
people that are new.
Yeah, huh? I met you. That was my very first time in that chat. And I was listening to you on somebody else's panel, and I was into what you're saying. I was talking about it in chat, and I wanted to talk to you about it.
I can't blame
you. But I did. I wanted to talk to you about it because nobody else that I had encountered talked about narcissism. And even if they did, they used the word, but they didn't explain behind it. So as you were like explaining like what you had gone through and what they do and everything, and then I was in chat talking about, well, yeah, I went through that and they do this, and you were like, yeah, that's somebody who's gone through it. I thought, okay, we can have a conversation and maybe I can learn more about this because you seemed like a really good source of information for me. However, the actual narcissist in the group jumped in and said, nope, I got her. And that was it. And I was told, oh, he doesn't like women.
Yeah, we'll constantly talk over the topic. Like if you're on we're talking about something, we'll talk over it just to kind of get someone's attention and try to con them into getting into their little compound, right? And getting them into an isolated situation. Yeah, it was like,
and it was a cult.
I remember how many times that happened. It's like you get on topic, and the stream would actually be interesting for once, and real information would be coming across. And then to be like, oh, I see somebody in the crowd, and then they're, it's like you can't see people for real in the crowd, right? You see their name and their avatar, and it's so funny how people may look at a name and an avatar and form a physical impression about somebody and think that, oh, I gotta have that person, I gotta get to know that person, and it's like you don't, online it should take longer to get to know somebody. It should, because you don't have any other cues other than their words and an experience with them and throughout different topics. So it should take a long time to get to know them and understand them. And when people pretend like it doesn't, right? I think that's a good indication that they're a manipulator too. They kind of jump out and forward into something, and I get it. Some of it's, I mean, some of it's some of it's for the, I don't think it's 100% wrong, but it's like, you can just tell when someone overly relies on it and then they have an agenda behind it.
Well, you can tell if you see that that's a pattern for them.
Yeah,
if they're cycling through people like crazy and it's always everybody else's fault, that's a huge red flag.
Well, then it becomes more important than the topic of the stream too. Like literally, and then it becomes like pressure. Like I remember there was a lot of pressure and those different situations that we were in. It was like pressure on people, pressuring. You can come up here. You can come up here. You can come up here. You can come to my private Discord and talk to me. And it's just like, it was just like constant pressure over what? A name on an avatar. Like then these people are like, well, I just came here to chat. I'm not trying to, get involved here, or that's not me. That's not what I do. But this constant pressure. Why? Because you're just reading a name and the name sounds attractive to you. It's just weird.
Well, no, the flattery started right away with you saying you have really interesting takes. I find you so interesting. You sound like somebody I could have so many like good talks
nice about me.
Like, and it was just like I was so green, like so new to YouTube. I was like, oh my God, why? Like, it
For
struck
some
me as
reason,
weird, but it was
for
flattering. It
for
did. It
some
felt
reason,
good.
I think I remember that happening to Heidi. It was either this Heidi or it was the other Heidi that had recently reappeared and come and hung out for a minute. I can't remember which one it was. I just remember I was on a
It might have
stream,
been the other Heidi.
the other one, yeah.
I think so.
And it was like we're trying to like have a conversation, make a point, and a-hole kept interrupting and interrupting
Oh,
and
then it was definitely
interrupting.
the other one.
It was okay. It was the other one. All right.
Yeah. This Heidi blessedly was spared
Pressure,
from that.
pressure,
So,
pressure. Yeah,
mhm.
a lot of people were.
Yeah.
It's the other one. Yeah, okay. That one sticks
Yeah.
out. That was a manipulation tactic. I mean, that to me,
Yeah.
when you say talking about online manipulation, that was like the thing. The other is feigning like community when it's really just about the person, right? It's like, oh, we got the greatest, there's nothing around the community but the person. It's like, well, what is the point of the channel? Like, what do you do here? And is it like, in your channel, the community's around something specific that's bigger than you, right? That's outside
Mhm.
of you, and it's something that's relatable and understood. Mine the same, right?
Mhm.
And I make it very clear. We both make it very clear what our channels are about, and that we try to take ourselves out of it as much as possible.
Well,
It's like well, I mean, you throw yourself out there as the example, but the bigger thing
yeah.
is the healing and the bravery and all those good healthy things, right? But you're just the rock, so you're willing to throw yourself out on the fire for everybody to lead the way, right? So that they can do it too,
Oh,
right?
you make me sound awesome. Thanks, hon.
And I'm not being manipulative. I'm being honest. I'm like,
I know.
because
Which is what it
anybody here could
counts.
tell you, yeah, that's what she does, So that there's
Mhm.
also the more than one person could attest to the same thing I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
And with my channel, it's like, it's the solution culture. It's the freeing people from abuse through other forms of abuse, right? It's freeing them from abuse and then setting up preventative measures for the future to minimize the abuse. And yours is about addressing the trauma and the abuse and helping people block it maybe in their immediate lives, and also address whatever lingering effects it's had on them, you know,
Mhm.
and making them feel like
I
there's
want people
nothing.
to take power back.
Yeah, we both do, and that's the underlying part of what we do. So we would expect that over the course of time, we would more and more people that were like that or needed that or wanted that or saw that as valuable would be there, and that would be the point
Mhm.
of it, right? So that's when we start to understand each other. It's not about like just telling people it's a great community or this and that, and there's really nothing behind it.
Yeah.
That happens a lot too. It's like I see that so often on channels.
And well, the thing with the people that do that, like that have channels where it's just, just whatever. It's just a Mod Podge because they want attention. It's not like they're there to have fun and lift people up, or they're there to educate, lift people up. There's no lifting. It's they literally get their jolly stepping on other people, but looking like
Mhm.
they're caring. And those were the type of people that I was running into that were really disheartening to me because I was always trying to do something, and it was like, "No, I need you to behave and perform like this. I need you to be this person because this is what's gonna draw people in. This is what's gonna get my numbers up."
But they knew,
And,
yeah.
I'm like, "Okay, well, it's my channel." It's like, "All right, I wanna help you, but it's like, I still gotta be me." "Well, this is part of who you are, but I just want you to do this." And it's like, "All right." And then I got, like, pigeonholed in that area. So whenever I tried to talk about something serious or something like, um, that would help people, I got belittled. And it was like, "Oh god, here she comes with the emotion." Like, dude, that's what I'm about. I'm not here to just tell you dick jokes. Yes, that is part of my personality, but that wasn't my purpose for going and becoming a creator. I didn't want to be somebody else's, like sidekick, like some comic relief because they weren't funny. Like, I didn't want that. And
And that's
everybody that
yeah.
wasn't as funny or if I took any attention away from the people who really like thrive on the attention, they would get really nasty and like belittle me, like try to humiliate me, try to anger me, and then be like, "Oh, look at how mean she is." And it was like, really, you literally manipulated me into that mood, and then you capitalized on it by pointing it out and telling everybody it was me because I'm crazy. Like, thanks. So I developed like this weird reputation, and I was just, it was so disheartening because I was trying so hard to be good and to do good. And it was almost like, wow, these people really don't want me to be a decent person. They really don't. Like, it makes them angry. And I don't have that mindset. I want everybody to succeed. I want to succeed myself? Fuck yeah. But it'd be great. You hear me, God? You hear me? I'm yelling just so you hear me. But do I expect it? No, I have to put the work in. And if it happens, it happens. Sometimes it's just the luck of the draw. But I want everybody to succeed. There are so many people out there who see other people's successes and go, "Oh, they don't deserve, I deserve that, but I'm not going to do the work." And it's
Yeah.
like, okay, so you just want it handed to you. That's not the way the world works, Lovey. Like, that's just not the way it works.
Well, I mean,
Sometimes
that's
you
the
can
wake
put
up
all the
call.
work in and get nowhere.
That's the wake up call when you're in situations like that. Is like you realize that, hey, this isn't what my channel or what I count on this to start doing, right?
Mm-hmm.
I wonder about these people who aren't content creators but end up on panels all the time. Like, I know
Yeah,
from the
I've
original,
seen a
let's
lot
just
of
call it the
those.
original experience. There's a lot of people up there, right, that would probably never set out to like be ornaments on someone else's stream,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or be creators or be contributors or whatever. It's just like, and then there they are. And but are they there because they want to be there? Or are they there because they were manipulated into being there? And I think I
Because they
see a
were
lot of people.
manipulated. Yeah.
Yeah, and then they end up having a wake up call eventually, and it's like, then you realize I've been here the whole time to make this other person's channel look more popular or look more hip than it
Mm-hmm.
is, right?
Oh,
And
yeah.
that's kind of the trick. I've seen a lot of I've seen a lot of creators who use to make their channel look more popular. Like what if we're just like, hey, okay, look, you're not a creator, you didn't really set out to be on stream or be in the show, right? You came
Mm-hmm.
to see the show, but through constant hounding and manipulation, you're going to end up on the show sitting here and then be expected to be here all the time, and
Mm-hmm.
to now that you're in it, and it's not really helping, it's not really doing anything for you, right? It's just that you're there as decoration, and to get
Mm-hmm.
that part, I see a lot of the situations where that becomes manipulation. Now, if it's supposed to be a panel discussion or something like that, and someone pops in to make a point and leave, okay, that's what they wanted to do. But when it becomes routine, and and I guess there might be some people too that would take that the other way, right? Like they would say, okay, if somebody's trying to do some kind of discussion panel, but this is my opportunity to kind of like be a half-ass creator, I guess. I don't know. Like, like I could go on and piggyback on their channel to be someone out in the crowd. It's like, I don't know. It's just but I know it the other way around. I know it from the point of view of people that are that are eventually become part of panels that were coerced into being on the panel in the first place. And that is that they had no plans to do it, or they have no had no formal relationship beforehand. And
That was my
that's always kind of, I mean, but no, both of us started as creators, and
Mm-hmm.
we still are. But it's like the initial, when you're first new and you don't understand what's going on, there's people out there. That's like your first lesson of being a creator. There's going to be people out there that are trying to co-opt you to make their
Mm-hmm.
channels better, but not grow your channel, not help your channel. And that's
Well,
pretty much what ended up
yeah,
happening.
I was pulled in with the carrot on the stick for me was, well, you don't really know anything about streaming and you don't really know anything about doing that, but I can show you. I've been doing this forever. I can show you the programs you need. I can show you the best mic usage. I can show you, how to avoid dead air. It was all these promises of teaching me how to do it. What I wasn't aware of was, yes, I was going to learn, but it was going to be, here, I'm throwing you in the water. You're going to learn to swim or you're going to sink. That was how I learned. Nobody taught me. I had to teach me. So, I mean, they'd be like, oh, did you do that? I don't know what that is. Well, I mean, you have to do that. No, I skipped that whole thing. I do that. How do you get it to work? I don't know. Like, I push buttons and it just works. And that was me for a long time. Literally just winging it, like going flying by the seat of my pants and just like, I have no idea what I'm doing. And I would just sit there and be like, all right, I'm just going to ask questions and talk to myself and whatever. Like, wound up doing 12-hour streams, 24-hour streams, 36-hour streams. It was ridiculous. And I'm like, why am I doing this? Because I was expected to. Because it was, oh, I'm tired. Oh no, don't be like that. Stay up, stay with me, talk to me. Because if you leave, they're gonna leave, and then I'm gonna be here by myself. And what did I get up for? And it was just like, and I was like, oh, fine. Like, I just didn't want to hear it anymore. It was just like, all right, stop guilt tripping me. I can't take it. Like, I can't, I'm here. And then I felt obligated to be there. But I wasn't given what I was promised. I wasn't taught anything. There was no sense of, oh, I want you to grow as a creator. It was, I want to take whatever talent you have, whatever like strong points you have, and use them for me. And that was what I had to wake up to the whole, yeah, we're going to like abuse you as much as we want because we really don't have a need for you. However, there are still people here who like you. So we're going to keep you around. Just, kick the can around for a little while. Guess what? You're the can. Like, I didn't see that until it was too late. And then it basically kicked me in the face on your show, which was funny. But
it's the kick it had started a long time before that. But let's change that topic.
It did.
Let's change it. Let's get away from that place like we did so long ago, because life's better without it, and that's the way it's always been.
It's true.
So when you escaping manipulation on the other side of the wall there,
I have strategies for that too. So go ahead.
The beauty of it. Is the beauty of it, right? So now when you're free from it, you can see it better, but you can also be stronger as a result. You can be stronger as a result, and then you can avoid it in the future. So why don't you talk about your strategies for avoiding it?
Well, I think you'll agree with like the ones now. Again, like I said, I did this in Grok because guys don't what the hell's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. Don't judge me. There you go. Don't judge me because it was late and I needed something.
Well, I mean, you can, dude, AI, using stuff like that is a tool, and then you can look at it and you can add to it, and you can. I mean, it's supposed to be a tool that help you make your time more efficient.
Yeah, I literally just asked it for.
And people use it all over the world and for many different ways now, so it's pretty normalized, and it should never be looked at in a bad way unless. All you do is lean on it, and that's you never add anything into your, of what you have to say to it. You're going to analyze it now, which means that you're adding to it. So hit it.
All right. So it said that there's several strategies that can help you avoid being manipulated. And some of these can actually get you out of being manipulated, but most of them are to avoid it because it's a lot easier to avoid it than to extract yourself from it. Educate yourself on the manipulation tactics that we went over. Develop critical thinking. So you have to question information and question motives. For some reason, people are often told like, well, if you're doubting me, then, oh my God, what is our friendship even like? That's a manipulation. If somebody is honest with you and they're authentic, they're not going to care what questions you ask them. They know that you want to feel safe and you want to be sure of what you're doing. So they're not going to see your questions as a threat. If somebody is threatened by your questions, much like the government right now, then there's something there they don't want you to find out. That should be a red flag for you. So that just tells me to tell myself I have to ask more questions, but I have to ask better ones. Like I need to look into this, but maybe not let anybody know that I'm onto them because people tend to reveal themselves over time. But now you're aware, so you can avoid the manipulation because you know that there's something lurking there. But critical thinking can get you away from that. Question everything. Trust your gut. Instincts do so much. People do not trust their instincts. There's oh no, that's just because you're paranoid. Don't let anybody minimize how you feel. I'm not saying become a lib and have the salty tears flowing all the fucking time. But if you feel like somebody's off, give that a little bit of weight. Like look into it a little bit because your body is so used to picking up cues that you wouldn't normally like say, "Oh, I noticed that." Your brain just recognizes it, puts it in there and goes, "Oh, this is not good." And you get that feeling like, "Oh, I'm uneasy. Why am I uneasy?" Your head knows, it's just the rest of you has to catch up. But trust your instincts. Your body is absolutely your best radar detector when it comes to toxic situations, dangerous situations, anything like that. Set clear boundaries. If they know your limits and they know that you're not a pushover, it's going to be a lot harder to manipulate you. It's going to be harder to guilt trip you. It's going to be hard to have the false flattery. It's going to be a lot harder to get inside your head because you're like, no, that we don't do that here. I don't stand for that. And it's a clear back off because that's not going to work on me. And they'll know that they have to pick a different victim. They'll know that you're not going to be the one. Practice saying no. I have a really hard time with that. Not gonna lie, I have a really hard time saying no. But if you say no to somebody and they get mad because you say no, that's a red flag. That's something to look at. Because normally people are used to hearing no. And if you say if you say no, fuck you, go fuck yourself, whatever, then maybe they're going to get aggravated. But if you say, no, I'm not comfortable doing something like that, or that's just not something I'm good at, or yeah, I just don't want to. I was going to do something else, and I think I'm going to go do that, because that's better for me. The person who's asking you isn't going to get mad. They might be a little disappointed, but they're not going to get angry at you. Like if they get angry at you, that's a problem. Seek multiple perspectives and maintain emotional distance. Sometimes, and winning is good at this, if you're not completely if you don't know the person, you got to put a little distance. Be friendly, be warm, be caring, but there's got to be that wiggle room where you can step back and take a good look at this person without any kind of emotional manipulation. Because you have to take a step back sometimes to have a clear picture. And if they're constantly pulling you in and pulling you closer and pulling you closer, you might wind up so close you can't see who they really are. And that's the manipulation. That's them going, oh, look, you're right here. You'll never notice what's going on outside of this. So, yeah, push them back a little bit. He's been very good at teaching me that, to get that little bit of distance where I'm like, oh, I really like this fish, but wait, let me observe for a minute. Let me just take a step back. All right, everything seems copacetic, and then I lean back in. And if it doesn't, then I can lean further out. And again, multiple perspectives. If somebody's acting a certain way with you, why are they acting that way? Is it because they have bad intentions, or is it because that's the only way they know, or are they going through something and that's kind of like a little cry for help? There's so many different ways you could look at things and figure out why people are doing things the way they're doing them. And it's not always nefarious. Your first instinct may be, oh my God, they're trying to get to me. That might not be true at all. It might just be they're going through something and they're just not aware. That's why a frank, open conversation is your best bet, because you're going to get answers one way or another. Silence is an answer. Denial and refusal, that's an answer. People don't think it is, but I mean, if you're not going to tell me the answer, then you just told me. You told me everything I needed to know, and okay, I'm done. Then I get to make my decision from there. Check for consistency, because flaky people tend to be highly manipulative because you never know what to expect. So when they do weird things that are out of the norm, they can always say, oh, you know me, I'm so quirky. Because okay, it's just part of your personality, when it's not. It's clearly something that they're doing and they don't want you to pick up on it. Don't rush decisions. Again, your time is your own. Nobody can force you to make a decision right away. There is no harm in saying, you know what, I don't want to give you an answer right now. I want to think about it for like a couple hours, couple days, whatever. Anybody who's genuine and wanting something from you, they're going to give you that time. They're going to give you that grace period and say, you know what, take as much time. I want you to be sure. Because if they're trying to get into like an endeavor with you or whatever, a relationship, a friendship, they want you to feel as secure and as excited about it as they do. And you can't do that unless you have everything settled in your mind. So just ask for time. There's nothing wrong with that. If somebody's rushing you, like he said before, if they're rushing you into something, if they're pressuring you, that's a problem. That's somebody who they don't want you to wake up and see what they're doing. I need you to know now, 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 now. Nothing is life or death. I mean, unless you're holding a hand grenade or a bomb and I got to decide which wire to cut, that's about the only scenario I could think of that I have to make the decision like now. Build a support network. You could do that. Sometimes that backfires on you. Just saying, be careful who you trust. Not everybody who smiles at you is your friend. And not everybody who just ignores you is your enemy. Some people just don't acknowledge other people because they're busy with their own lives. They're busy going through. They're not like, oh, whose feelings did I hurt today? So don't take everything like so personal. Improve self-esteem. And I know I have to work on that one. Shut up. Learn to recognize emotional manipulation. Keep personal information private. Oh, you are so good at that. You're like the master at that. I am the opposite. Like I said, we're opposite ends of the spectrum. Practice assertiveness, not aggression. It's okay to be assertive. It's okay to say, no, I will not stand for that. Like that. No, that goes against my principles. It goes against my values. I'm not going to do that. And if they say, oh, just this one time, no, I'm not going to compromise myself for a favor for you. Like to what end? What purpose would that serve? Because the only one who's going to regret it is you. They're not going to care. Their principles are, we're all over the fucking place. But you have to look yourself in the mirror. That's my thing. I keep saying it to Winning all the time. How do these politicians wake up and look themselves in the mirror? I could never.
They have no souls.
How do you meet they have no souls, but ordinary people aren't really on that level all the time. And it's just like, even when you're like a little bit of a shit, sometimes don't you like look in the mirror and go, you know what? I suck sometimes. Like, how do you just like, oh, I'm great. Like they keep building their ego with all this false confidence because they're not really confident. They're psyching themselves up. They're lying to themselves because that's the only way they can exist because they don't like who they are. So they just lie to themselves. And it makes it a lot easier to lie to everybody else. And then there's regular self-reflection. That's the last one that they gave me. And yeah, like I said, look yourself in the mirror. If you can look at yourself and say, you know what? I like you. You don't have to be the best at everything. You don't have to be like, oh my God, I'm just like the height of awesome. It's great if you are, but you don't have to be that mindset. You can look at yourself and go, you know what? We're doing good. I'm proud of you. That's it. That's all you need. You don't have to think you're the be all end all. Just don't look at yourself and go, you know what? I can't find anything to be proud of. I can't find anything that I would want to pass on to somebody else, that I would want to emulate for my kids to follow my example. Like if you can't find anything, then you have to do some serious self-reflection. Like your self-awareness obviously is not there. You need to take another look and then like really improve on yourself if you want to. Some people just don't want to. But I think avoiding manipulation it's a huge step in telling everybody around you, this is me. This is what I believe. I know what I believe. I know who I am. And I'm not going to let you change that. And I'm not going to let you tell me I have to change that just to be in your orbit. Like if somebody really is interested in you as a person, as an employee, as whatever, they're going to be interested in you yourself, in your talents, in your strengths. They're not going to be interested in turning you into a weaker version of yourself. Manipulators do that. They want you to be weaker so that they feel more powerful because they don't have the ability to feel powerful themselves because they don't have any accomplishments. They don't have any talents. They have to live off everybody else. They're like emotional vampires. And it's a lot easier to avoid that when you're honest with people and you believe in yourself a little bit. I know it's hard. It's hard. Self-confidence, that goes just as fast as trust. But fake it till you make it. Eventually, you'll convince yourself. You'll start to see things. You'll start to, believe in your abilities, and you'll get more genuine people around you the more you weed out the manipulators. And the genuine people actually will help feed your soul and make you better. They'll inspire you and motivate you. They'll give you different reasons for going that little extra step. So let me just check on chat because I haven't, and I'm behind like a half an hour. Having a rotary phone, my landline, just have to
Can I add
upgrade.
something to that last
Go ahead.
bit?
Go ahead.
If you understand trivium logic, like fallacies, that's your number
Mhm.
one. That's your number one guard against manipulators because they rely on them. So just be wary of people who tactically, not inadvertently, but tactically use logical fallacies and with the goal and means to get something out of you or from you or enablement of some kind. That's really your best defense. I mean, a lot of those points they were making throughout that list, just really roll back to that. So if you want to take the root approach, just really familiarize yourself with that. It'll protect you from manipulation from individuals, organizations, and propaganda all in one. So, like I've been saying, that information is something that was taken out of our education a long time ago. Only a handful of people understand, and only an even smaller handful understand it correctly or use it correctly. And then, imagine that on a large scale, like generations of people understanding this to on a very high level. And you'll see a lot of people those manipulation tactics, gaslighting, the things that narcissists thrive on, the things that abusers thrive on, you'll see them start to wane away because as soon as they open their mouth, there's going to be 10 people in the room that can point it out, and they will point it out. It'll be what you do is you take that and you gamify it at a young age, so that kids they get rewarded for pointing it out, rewarded for seeing it, like we do with like all kinds of education, right? And then that leans up and up and up towards further education at its highest levels. People just they can see it in everything. So imagine a world where people couldn't get away with using those narcissistic tactics to hurt others, and the cycle of abuse then starts to grind to a halt, slowly but surely. And yeah, there'll still be some here and there, right, as people go through growing pains, but they'll for the most part, it'll start to become a thing of the past, and that's how powerful it can be. And that's why I'm saying, like, at the root of a lot of this, that advice, that it was that list that was made, is that core knowledge. And just so know it from now, since you didn't get it back when you should have gotten it, and think about ways to pass it along, to pass it forward to the next generation, and imagine all the beauty and all the healthier people that will be out there with that mental antivirus in their minds, resisting and pointing out and making narcissistic behavior and tactics very unpopular instead of the popular, how popular they are right now. It's just it won't be rewards for it. It'll be damnation, and people will stop doing it, or they'll hide their sickness, and they'll not put it onto others. So there you go.
Well, I mean, you mentioned the fallacy list is really a good thing, because I've been meaning to bring this up. I really think either on your channel or on mine, you need to go over that list of fallacies and the examples of each one again. Like, just dedicate, not to any other part of the trivium, just go over the fallacies with examples set in real time, like the ones that we're seeing now, active ones that apply to each one, so people really get a better understanding of the different kind of fallacies that they use. Because I know you did it like 2 years ago, but that's a long freaking time ago.
I know.
So
I wonder if I
maybe
get
revisit that.
I wonder if I could get Jan to come back on.
That would be
Like,
cool.
we could do a face-to-face this time.
That'd be great. But I've been wanting to ask you to revisit the fallacy list, because the first time you did it, it was kind of like you just talking to yourself. But like now, I think there's so much going on in the world that represents everything on that list. You can really make it relevant and really like hammer home each one, so people understand what they're listening to, what they're facing, and how to, you know, combat it, how to contrast against it, you know,
Yeah.
how to counter it.
I do have a video. Maybe we'll do that for an unveiling reality. Take a start breaking up the UFO alien rabbit hole a little bit. Just like let it kind of like maybe start revisiting it here and there, but don't do it every
Let it
week. We had a big
germinate for
rush
a
at
while.
well, we had a big rush of stuff, and there's still plenty out there
Yeah.
to dissect. I mean, as we saw last night, there's a bunch of other places we can go with it, but you know, it didn't need to be every week. I still need to make unveiling reality, you know, the show that it was always, you know, it's never been a one topic show. So, and
It's
I
almost
did
2
have
years
a
old.
video. Yeah, I had a video about this guy talking about psyops, and he went through the trivia stuff at the trivium stuff at the end. I could probably use that as a way to kind of reintroduce it. And then yeah, if I can, I'll reach out to Jan and see if he wants to come back
That'd be
on. He's
cool.
really trying to get he, you know, after he was in the limelight for a long time, like a decade ago,
Mhm.
so on this topic, and he's really, like you said in the interview I did with him last time, he's really, you know, done all he can do with it, and he's kind of doing his own life now, as you
Yeah.
know, and he doesn't really want to be. You know, he made that website, and he made all that stuff for people to go resource, and that was his contribution. And that's all we could ask from people is just, you know, do your best, and if your area of expertise to help out. And so maybe he'll come on just to come on, and we could talk about a lot of stuff. So
That'd be cool.
I'll see if he's interested in making a reappearance, and we got along just
I just
fine. And
I
I
just
still do
always wanted you
throw him
to
messages from
talk
time to
more about
time.
that.
And I will. So we can maybe make it a two-pronged thing.
Yeah, because at the time, I
Anyways,
mean,
go
you
ahead.
covered it, but there was so much more. Like, I wanted you to, like, really, like, focus on that, and you were, you know, you had a lot to cover. But, like, that one, I felt like I really just I needed more information, and I wanted you to give more information because I wasn't getting it. Like, I was getting the surface of it, but there were so many different kinds that we kind of focused, like, you focus on, like, the first couple and then rush through the rest, and I was like, "I don't get it." And I always wanted more, and I always forgot to bring it up and say, you know, like, you need to revisit this," because it was really, really interesting, because I think a lot of people don't get how they're being lied to because it's become such a normal thing. Like, people just use it, like, they use those fallacies as frequently as they use metaphors and idioms. Like,
Oh yeah,
they're
they think it's
cliches at
normal.
this point. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even realize. They
So
probably half the time don't even realize what they're doing with it, and
yeah.
they just think that's the way of life because, you know, either that's what they were taught or that's what other people do around them, or you know,
Mhm,
I think about people who are so involved in uh, toxic rumor mills. You know, like
mhm.
in communities, like in real, you know, you guys out there
Oh
probably
god,
know what I'm
yeah.
talking about. Not this even online community. I'm not even just talking to online communities. I'm talking about like in real life.
Oh yeah,
Um,
church communities, stuff like that. Oh
right?
yeah. Schools.
What Yeah, exactly. Where, that's just the norm. It becomes normal, and people think that's the way you interact with other people, that you're constantly, you're poisoning other people's wells, and
Mhm,
that's the way that things are, and they start to become like that, and they just get boxed into it and becomes habit, and that's how they thrive in, the social politics and stuff like that, and within a group. That's how they start to thrive in that group. Can they get one over
mhm,
on somebody? Can they get, you know, them to confide in them and then use that against them or something like that? You know, that's the thing that starts to happen, and they get boxed into it, and they don't see that this is a very toxic way to exist. That rumors
mhm,
fill the toxic well. I mean, the poison well, right? And that's very abusive in itself. And like, you know, people may be lured into a group, and and fueled by, you know, love bombing, and a sense of
mhm,
inclusion, that it has to in some way feel like it's a little bit too soon, a little rushed, you know.
mhm,
And then they start getting groomed into the nature of the group, and you know, if they have people that they don't like, that dislike, they hate, or they have some kind of long-standing grudge against, they'll start slowly being groomed into, with the false accusations, or that perception of that group that was extremely
mhm.
toxic. And so it's just, and it happens in real life all the time,
Oh yeah.
with different amounts of groups, as people say, oh, that person is I don't like them, they're in my way, or I don't like them because they shine a light on things that I don't believe, or they don't agree with me politically. Politically is
Mhm.
another thing, and it's really big these days too.
Yep.
And they'll use that virtue thing, and they'll use any kind of little thing they
Ah,
can find and blow it out of proportion, and that's another form of manipulation too for people.
yes.
But then that turns into a toxic rumor mill, and that's really, it becomes very, you don't even see it when you're in the middle of it sometimes, and it takes stepping away to really understand it, and then you see it and you're like, wow, but at least you've learned something from
Mhm.
it and you got out of it, and that's really what's important.
Well, that's my point. Like, it's very easy to say, "Oh, I was on the victim side of the fallacy. They used it against me." But I don't think people realize how often they use them because that's just the way they were taught to argue. Like, that's how they were taught to defend their point. It doesn't matter. Like, their way of thinking is, well, I can do the apples and oranges thing and it's going to make sense because that's my debate point. That's my valid point, and they think they have a strong argument. They don't think they're being manipulative. They think that's the way you argue something. They think that's the way you defend your point or your stance. And they don't realize that they're defending their stuff with all they have because they truly believe in it. But the way they're presenting it is completely false, and it's unbalanced and it's unstable. It won't stand up to criticism, like to a critical eye. And they think that that's normal because they're like, no, but that's the way you argue. No, that's the way you argue because you learned how to argue in a manipulative, defensive way rather than a fact based, critical thinking way. You're not speaking your points, you're talking your emotions. You're pushing your motives, you're pushing your agenda. You're not actually standing on fact, you're standing on your feelings, and you think that that's a valid way to prove your point, but it's not. It may be valid to you, but that's not proving a point. That's just trying to be manipulative, and you don't even realize it. And they really don't. A lot of people think, well, it's because I da, da, da. Okay, but you're getting real emotional. You're not giving me facts. You're not talking to me. You're talking at me and trying to shove what you feel down my throat, and I'm supposed to be okay with that. That's not cool. But that's the only way they know how to do it because they never learned that it wasn't right. They never learned it was a manipulation. And maybe they are like really good people with good morals or whatever, but they don't understand that, okay, you were taught to talk to other people in a really high handed, manipulative, emotional way. And there are better ways to do that. So you have to like basically like tell them, hey, this is what you're doing. I know you don't know you're doing it. I think you're a cool person, but you're doing this. There's a much better way. If you just give me 5 minutes, I gave you 5 minutes, you listen to me. You're doing this. You could have done this. Like if you would have talked to me in this way, you would have gotten a lot further and had a lot bigger of an impact than trying to like jump up and down on my emotions and make me like have a reaction. Like make me think. Don't make me react. There's a difference. And I don't think a lot of people realize they do that because they grow up in a house where they did that. Their parents did that. Their parents before them did that. They see the media does that. They see the TV shows do that. And they think it's okay. And they're like, that's not manipulative. Oh, sure it is. No, that's just the way you debate. No, that's not how you debate. Like that is not how you debate. If you were on a debate team, you would know that. But they go forward with all the emotional tactics and they think that makes them have a stronger stance. And it doesn't. Like you see the way they show up to like Charlie Kirk, they talk to Charlie Kirk, they get all emotional and they're like with all the gotcha questions. And he's like, no, well, first of all, let's take all that out of there. And I'm going to answer what you're really asking me. And this is the
Mm.
facts. And then they're like, but that goes against how I feel. Okay. That's your problem. Like, but I just proved my point, and all you proved was that you're too emotionally attached to this topic. Like, but that's how Ben Shapiro used to go about it. I don't know if he still does now. I don't really watch him. But like Charlie Kirk did that. Even Candace Owens did that too. When she said, you know what, I'm just too pregnant. Like, Life is hard. Get a helmet. Like she was done. She was done with somebody trying to
Mm.
manipulate her from the audience to get a reaction out of her so they could get a sound bite and a clip. She was like, no, I'm not playing this game. Go get a helmet. There's your clip. Like, life is hard. Get out of my face. I'm too pregnant for this. Like, and I respected that because I was like, good, don't let them push your buttons. Don't get upset because that's what they're going for. Because they don't have factual information to make you wrong, to prove that they're right. They just have the, well, you're just wrong because I feel this way. And now you should feel bad because you're a terrible person.
Yep.
Okay.
All
But yeah,
right.
that's why I wanted you to go into the fallacies because I don't think people can recognize them. And I think
Yeah.
we're, like you said, generationally, we're taught to do them. That's just the way that's the art of war.
They don't understand that it's not logic that they're using, or that they're using tactical language, and that it could be harmful and abusive to other people. And I think some people just like don't get it. It happens so automatically. The straw man's, the red herrings, just the tactical language, the manipulative language. They don't, and then if they don't do that, maybe they use it benignly. Then someone who's trying to use it in a very malicious way, they get right in the front door with that person. So they know, oh, okay, well, it sounds kind of like something I would say, but their underlying agenda is way more malicious. Yep. So yeah, we'll go back over those for sure. Hey, what's up, Starlight? How you doing? See, Starlight says you broke her free. Thank you for helping break me free. What did you break you free from? That's awesome.
Who broke free from what? I'm so behind in chat. All right, let me catch up real quick.
That's
I'm
right.
Speed
That's
through.
right. You have your own way of doing it here.
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Hands off. Hands
right.
off. All right.
It's all right. I'm glad you popped in. I wasn't expecting that.
Cool. Good.
Ellie Font said it's hard to put people in real life at arm's length than people online. Good for you, Winnie. You know what? I found it easier to put them at arm's length in real life than I did online. Because online it's invasive. They can be anywhere under any name. Face to face, nobody's going to come face to face and say the shit that they say online to me. They're not going to do that face to face. Like I can step back and they're just going to be like, all right, she's pissed. Just let her go. Like, but online it's, oh, everybody's brave. Yeah. Everybody's super brave and got something to say. So it's a little different for me. But then again, like you guys are in chat, you can go from chat to chat and not say anything. It's not like I can do a show and sit here and not say anything and have anybody show up. Like I'm literally putting myself in front and I make myself a target just by doing what I do. Winning makes himself a target just by doing what he does. That's why when the streamers talk, they're like, this can be so exhausting. And it's just, God, I just want to give up because you take so much from being out there. It takes a lot to go out and tell your opinions because there are people who are not going to agree with you and some of them are not going to be nice about it. Some of them are just going to attack you as a person and try to hurt you. So it's easier for me to actually create space in real life easier than it does online because online I've seen it. They're there. They create new personas. You block one, they create a sock account. It's like, they just, if they want to get at you, they'll find a way. In real life, they try that, they go to jail. Yeah. But online, it's just like, hey, it's like the Wild West. It really is. And I didn't know that when I first joined up. I did not know that. I learned it pretty quick, though. Also overlaps with boundaries. Yes, boundaries are very important. Shenny, I'm with you, T3. I've met people online only to have them break me because after hanging nightly for a year, they knew how to hurt me when I spoke truth to walk away. Exactly. That's the thing. They get in your head. You become friends. And then there's this confidentiality that you have together, this like kind of like friendly platonic intimacy where you share things because you think this person is my friend. They're not going to stab me back. We spend all this time together. And then they turn around and use everything against you. And they like bring little things up or whatever. It's extremely demoralizing. And it makes you just want to just throw the towel in and be like, you know what? Online is not for me. You got to be strong to stay online when you have like detractors out there who want to get at you because they'll just gather the forces and come after you. But Yeah, no, I totally get it. I totally get that. Um, and it hurts. It hurts more than most people think it does. You don't really understand how badly damaged you are until somebody does it to you. And then it makes you a little harder toward everybody else, which is the sad part because you lose a part of yourself when you do that. And that's what this is about. This is about just be you. Don't worry about the people that are trying to hurt you. There's always going to be people trying to hurt you. There's always going to be people trying to take care of you. Just keep it balanced, I guess, more in the positive than the negative, and you're good. But you're never going to avoid them. Anybody who thinks they can avoid all the negativity is in a dreamland. They're living in denial. The reality is you need to navigate people and you need to assess situations all the time. It doesn't matter how long you know somebody. If something is off, reassess and see what's off. Maybe it has nothing to do with you. Maybe it has to do with them and there's something bothering them and they don't know how to voice it. Maybe they don't even know that it's bothering them, but get to the root of it. Because if you don't get to the root of the problem, it's just going to get worse. And then it's going to, metastasize. It's going to be malignant and just spread. Because that kind of thing, and you'll back me up on this, that is the easiest thing to spread around a community is toxicity. Because they just pick it up one after another, and it's sad. It really is. You're 6.5 minutes behind. Don't worry about it, Anya. I'm 45 minutes behind. You're good. Naivete is how people get manipulated into things they would normally do. I think a lot of that has to do with people believing that there's good in the world and sometimes blindly trusting others. I agree. I tend to be Pollyanna. I say I dislike people, but I do try to give people a chance. And I get bit in the ass for it every single time. It never fails. Now I do things slower and it's working out a lot better. Like there's no rush to trust. Like now it's like, all right, I'm just going to sit back and let you, unfold. Like I'm going to let you be who you are so that I could see who you are and I can make a better judgment call. And that gives them the opportunity to see you too, because we're not all prizes. We all have, flaws. We all have like quirks that other people maybe can't deal with. Give them a chance to figure them out. And that's how you wind up like breaking with people without hard feelings. You're like, you know what? I like you. You're a good person, but we just, yeah. Like I'd love to just say hi whenever I see you and keep it amicable. I don't want to be enemies, but I don't think we have it to be friends. So I think we're better as just acquaintances. Like we're just better being civil and being polite. There's no shame in saying that to somebody. There's no shame in making that decision. Sometimes it's the best decision you could make is not attaching yourself to somebody who's going to give you nothing but problems later. I'm trying to teach someone that right now. Fast meets and desire for something more. Oh, girl. Shandy, who you meeting and desiring? Girl, what's up? I'm so innuendo. I feel like y'all are talking about me. No. At least my interaction online have varied. When I was single, I had friends in real life, and after years, yeah, that's the thing. Once you're with somebody, you pick an area where you're going to spend most of your time. If you're at home and you have the kids and everything, whatever you're doing socially is going to be more heavily linked to you staying home. It's got to be something you can access from the house when you have available time. Online happens to fit that bill a lot more than in real life people. It's sad, but that's the way the world is going. Maybe we could turn that back a little bit, but I don't see it. I see us marching forward even more into a technology driven world where that's just always a part of our lives. I don't see that going anywhere. Since I got married, it's more entertainment, but I find myself telling everybody my name. Yeah. That being said, there are people who I'm related to in the community of loyalty adjacent. There you go. We all know a lot of people around here, and there's some thanks, Otter. There are some who we have actual friendships with and actual relationships with. And then there are some that you might see them every day for a year and then they just poof, disappear and you don't even notice. And then there are people who you always miss. I my Mimsy, I miss her terribly. I miss her every day. I wasn't aware that I would, but once she was gone, I miss her every day. I don't know what happened, and that's the problem with the online. You don't know when somebody disappears. You don't know why, unless they come back or they left a note or whatever. You just don't know. You don't know if they just gave up on you, and then you start asking, "Did you see this person? Did you like? Are they just hiding from me, or are they like hiding forever? Did they change their name? Did you don't know?" And it's that hits me harder than anything because I miss her. You talk a minute.
Um, yeah. We're still trying to figure out what happened to Mimsy. We knew she was really sick and she was going through a lot of things and was on in her years. So we're figuring, probably the worst, but if anything, she's in a better place and free of pain. So that's a good thing for her. But yeah, we do miss Mimsy, and we really would like to know.
I know I put you on the spot.
No worries. But
I needed a
we
second.
both feel that way about Mimsy. That's for true.
I need to laugh. So Frank said, T3, you are a sidekick straight to the nuts. Thanks. I appreciate that. I take that as a compliment. Fuck it. I flounder in my content for a long time. I finally, after all the time and effort, hope I have my corner. You found your little niche, Captain? I hope so. But for a year, my channel wasn't about singular content. Yeah, I mean, I still go all over the place, but I mean, for the most part, this is where you go to deal with the emotional stuff. You come here to try to heal your soul a little bit. Like for Winning's channel, he's a lot about healing your head and healing your behaviors and healing like the world around you so that it has a positive ripple effect, like so that it keeps going and the waves get bigger and bigger, more positive, and eventually it covers everything that was bad before. Like his is that kind of a healing space, whereas mine is more of a internal. So his is the external healing and mine is the internal healing, but his is more logic based and mine is more emotion based. Like his power is in figuring out what's true, logically and factually or whatever, and being able to see that, call it out, and deal with that in a real way. And mine is about being able to see what's real going on inside yourself so that all that shame sometimes that you carry around, that's not your shame. Somebody else usually put that there. That guilt, somebody else usually put that guilt on you. And we're carrying around all these different burdens, in his area and in mine, that other people have inflicted. And we're so used to it, or we were grown up in it to think it was normal, that we don't know how to identify it. We don't know how to combat it. We don't know how to overcome it and then reverse it and do the opposite of what it intended. That's what we do. Granted, we do it in two completely different areas of life, but it still links together. That's why we have so many different theories and stuff that we talk about, that they mesh. Like he'll find tendrils of what I say apply to what he's going, and talking about. And I'll find that there's a lot that he talks about, that there's little tendrils that reach over into my area. And I can link these two together. And that's what we do. I don't know what other people think we do, but that's how I see our channels. I think that's why we get along so well when it comes to what we talk about and stuff like that, because it is all enmeshed. It depends on each other. There's definitely webbing that goes from one to another and pulls it together. But I don't think a lot of people realize that. They're just like, oh, they're just crying, or they're just, they want to make you feel like you don't know anything. No, it's that we've been where you are. We've been the ones lied to. We've been the ones abused. We've been the ones mistreated or manipulated, or, we've had the wool pulled over our eyes too many times. And when you wake up to that, you want everybody to be able to have that sense of personal power so that their decisions are better. Their life decisions are better. Their life improves. Their quality of life improves. They improve the lives around them. They improve the world around them. That's the only way we can get that ball rolling in the right direction. And I think a lot of people, they don't see that. And that bugs me that they don't. But I will keep saying it over and over because I have no problem repeating myself. I'm a mother. I've learned to say things 20 times in a row and still not get heard. Mine wanted to be a co-star. I pushed her to be a creator. Oh, I'm not going to hang around ever. Yes, you are. You're going to be here forever and ever. Shani, you're going to outlive all of us. Give me a break. You'll be like 194 and you'll be like, Sal, yeah, these fucking people. I could see it. I could see it easily. Your hair will be down to the floor. You'll have like the taxidermy dog in the back. It'll be great. We'll call him Mr. Pickles. I had no one taught me either. I had taught 3 people now, and I'm tired of the footprint on my neck. Yeah, it can feel like that. It can. It can feel like no matter what we do, like they're just gonna keep coming, and they're just gonna keep trying to step on us. The only thing is, you have the right to say no. You can't. No, you can't. And if you find them stepping on you, you could tell them to go fuck right off. You don't have to take that. Nobody in this life is irreplaceable. Nobody. Like, it doesn't matter how deep the love goes. If they cross a line and they do something that you can't get past or that they're never going to be sorry for and they're going to repeat, there's no need for that relationship to continue. You were not put on this earth to be abused by others. You were not put on this earth to be somebody else's be all end all. Like, you were here to serve a purpose, but that wasn't it. God will tell you his purpose. He'll tell you your purpose. You'll figure it out and you'll either live that way or you won't. That's your decision. Free will's a bitch. Starlight, there you are. Shelly, thank you for helping me break free. Oh, you're welcome, honey. Break free from what? Your toxic mother. Oh, wow. Can you help me break free from mine? I'm just saying. Captain Kern said all content creators are at some point are manipulators. All of us are. Well, yeah, because you got to get the people to come to you. But it's not like we were saying, it's not always a toxic manipulation. You're not out to hurt anybody. But you are like, hey, like, I'm willing to tap dance for 5 minutes if you look this way and stay. Like, and then, all right. And all right, she stopped tap dancing. Oh, but I like her. All right. So I'm just going to stick around for a while. Yeah, sometimes you got to bait the hook. But you're not doing it in a malicious way. Especially if you go out and say, hey, I'm glad you guys showed up. I'm going to be honest with you. And I've heard you do it. I do it. I don't know what I'm talking about today, but I'd like for you to hang out. Just hang out and be cool and, whatever. And you go from there. But you're still being your authentic self. That's not the manipulation. You're just kind of like trying to get their attention. And in this world, you do have to be a little manipulative, at least, to get them to look your way and not look at somebody else. I don't want to be Captain. I try to be very
persuasive.
You. Yes, persuasive. But persuasion is a manipulation. It's just not a toxic manipulation usually. It depends on how they use it. Some people use it as a weapon, and that's just not right. The art of the grift, yeah, is at its heart manipulation, be it fundraising, paying bills, house repairs, whatever. Yeah, some of us aren't good at grifting. I suck at grifting. I really do.
I think I say that all the time. I'm not good at it.
I'm great at being grifted. I always, give a little here, give a little there. I call it acquaintanceship. That's a good word for it, Heidi. That is a good word for it. I miss Mimsy too. Yeah, I miss my girl. I really do. Wow, I caught up quick. Toy has gone off the radar. Yeah, I haven't seen her around. It's been like 2 weeks, I guess, since Trump was sworn in. I haven't really seen her around, which is weird. Maybe she just got busy with work or whatever. She's been posting on Insta. Oh, well, I guess not. It's good to know. At least we know she's okay. You're going on the phone, and there you go. I'm all caught up. Look at that. Woo! So what you got to say? Venning. I haven't called you venning in forever. Venning. I actually saw like some of our old DMs this morning, And I was like, I was like, let me read a couple of these. And then I was like, oh, that's how that happened. I was like, okay. It's cute. It is cute. Shelly for chat. Thanks a lot, Wolfram. Appreciate it. Just elongate the chat. That's fine. You know I like it when things get bigger. It's fine. It's fine. Put that in your pipe and smoke it. But back to the fallacy thing. And by the way, did you see the news with the whole RFK was confirmed and Cash Patel got the Judiciary Committee confirmation, so now it's going to the full Senate.
I
So
did.
that'll-
Yep.
do you know? Did they say when he's doing the full Senate thing today or tomorrow? I think they wanted to do it today.
I hope they do.
I hope they do too.
I haven't gotten into it because it's not. So that I may like save videos and things that I see as I'm kind of scrolling around, but right now the first half of the day is all work related, so I don't
Nice.
I'm like
Oh, and
I
you took
intentionally
time to come in here. That was sweet.
don't click again. Yes, I did because you are special, and you said you need. I came in here to hold your hand.
Oh yeah, you're so cute.
Because you said you're having a down day.
I've had a down week, and you know it. I've just been trying hard not to talk about it.
Well,
We
I
did
haven't
have
been
a
in
poll.
here in a while. I
I
haven't been in here
know.
in a while.
I
It's been a
know.
while. You do your thing, doing my thing. We've been really busy, but
Yes.
I
Well,
figure with
you have important stuff to do.
Valentine's Day on the horizon,
Mm-hmm.
make sure that you knew that you're special and
You're
that you
very
mean
sweet,
a
Ben.
lot to me.
Don't make me cry, because I will, and
I'm
you know I will. Don't do it.
oh, I got more. Hold on.
No. Anyway, we ran a poll.
Oh,
Like change the subject. No, I did a poll. Did you vote in the poll? Because I closed it.
yeah.
Only 24 people voted, which is fine. And it says tomorrow's Valentine's Day. So 41% of you feel like you got this handled. That does not instill confidence in me. Get it together, people. Let's go. You got a whole fucking day. It's not a special day for me. 37%. That's fine. And I'll be in the doghouse. Hold on. Can you talk a minute? I gotta mute.
Sure. Yeah, interesting things. It's you know, when you have an in-person relationship on Valentine's Day, it's so much easier, right? Uh to think of things to do. You go out to dinner, you got a movie, you can just be there, right? Online, which is relationships which are new, I guess. At least as far as I'm concerned. A lot more difficult, especially when you're just an avatar, just an idea. Good idea, one you
Sorry.
should subscribe to. But
I missed
uh,
what you said. What did you say?
I said that in terms of Valentine's Day, it's a lot easier when it's in person to think of things
Yeah.
to do for that.
Mhm.
To come up with something that's gonna work and whatnot, especially when you're just an idea. But
Well, you're not just an idea anymore, are you? Now you have a face and a body.
a
And we
face that
see you.
serves the idea.
Listen, I told you from the beginning, this was unconventional, but meeting you was something I needed in my life because I had always based my relationships and my connections with people on being there physically and being able to manipulate them in that way. Because I just seduced people. Like that's just what I did. It didn't matter if it was a platonic person, like anything. Somehow sex, like some sexual or sensual thing went into that. And that's what I formed connections with. So they were very tenuous at best. I didn't get to know who they were like deep inside or whatever. I mean, sometimes, but not like as people. So I never knew how to build true intimacy and trust with somebody. And because you're all the way over there and we had to work on that. And that was never a strong suit for me. So I really had to face my issues, and I had to learn how to be vulnerable and learn how to talk to somebody that they felt comfortable to talk to me on the same level. Like I would share, they would share. And I didn't have that before in any of my relationships. Yeah, we shared stuff, but it was always surface level. It was never like, what do you really believe? Like, just don't worry about what my reaction is going to be. Just tell me what you believe, what you think. I didn't get to know the people that I was with until the things that they were hiding became hurtful. Like then I had no choice but to see it, because I could distract myself with the physical. I could, okay, well, we're arguing. Well, I could smooth that over with, just do this. Like I could do that, or I could wear this or whatever, because I knew how to change how they felt based on me acting a certain way or doing a certain action, or even saying, like, putting on a certain face. Like I told you about my resting bitch face. Like people see my eyebrows come down, they're like, oh fuck, just go along with whatever she says. I don't care. Like just go along with it. And that's not how good relationships are formed. That's not how long lasting relationships are formed, which is why all my relationships were so tempestuous. They were, yeah, they were passionate, but with that passion, there was no logic. There was no connection. There was no understanding. There was no respect, compassion. There was no trust. It was all fire. And eventually you burn out. You burn each other. You burn out yourself. So I didn't have that. And you being, an idea and keeping like, the visual from me and everything, I had to, if I was going to form a connection with you, I had to form a connection with you on such a different, deeper level than I ever had with anybody else. And so we had to become friends first. Like we had to become really good friends. And that's how it happened. I mean, that was like the natural progression. But it's different for me. Like you have this negative thing about the, how can you, you've never even like been next to me. That doesn't matter. I've been next to a lot of people, and those never lasted, and nobody ever affected me. I was the one in control. I was the one who dictated where the relationship went, how it went. I was the one who just pack up, walk away. And it didn't bother me at all, because I wasn't entrenched in their lives. I wasn't connected to them in different ways. It was just physical. And I could get that anywhere. I could whistle out the window and get laid in the next 5 minutes. That's what used to be important to me, the ability to do that. And that's no longer something that I mean, I wouldn't say no, but that's not the priority. That's a bonus for me.
You may have a harder
at this
time
point.
whistling out the window these days.
Shut up. Whistle and a fucking bear comes along. You rang? Like, no. No. But say his name and he appears. Say something he's uncomfortable with, he changes the subject. No, but no, I know you. And I know you in a way that I never knew anybody before, because I could not take the time to be open and vulnerable and to trust and to actually listen to somebody else and care about what they were saying, care about what they were sharing with me, knowing that it was just as difficult, if not more difficult, for them than it was for me. Like, you're a dude. You're like a dude's dude. Like, you are every man that I never dated. Like, I dated a lot of guys who were betas. Like, they just let me run rampant right over them. And it was like, I always say, give me an inch, I take a mile. Give me an inch, I think I'm a ruler. You're just like, no. And we established that from the beginning, that no, I'm not going to be one of these, little boys you get to run over. And that was your boundary. That was your very first one you set with me. And I was like, oh, shit, what do I do now? Like, I had to be different. And I had to discover, if I had something more to give than my old tricks. Like, was I going to go back and rely on how I did things before, or was I going to learn and be better and learn more about me in the process? And that's what I did. I fought through a lot of things that had defeated me before, and I came out the victor, and I came out stronger. And yet I knew I didn't have to be tough because I had you there, like literally holding my hand. When I had that big, breakdown about my father, about the one memory that for 45 fucking years I could not face, that I couldn't even speak through. And I was doing that online. They don't know that you popped into the backstage and literally just sat there. You didn't get on panel. You didn't interrupt me. You just sat there so that I'd know you were there in case I needed you. That gave me the courage to talk about things that I had never been able to talk about before. That's why when people like go out and they call you an asshole or whatever, I get mad because I'm like, you have no idea the heart this man has. No idea. And no idea the amount of strength that you've given me, where I probably would have checked out a long time ago when I was trying to go through the issues that I had, when I was trying to get off the meds and trying to like deal with all my past traumas that I never dealt with. They don't realize that I didn't do that alone. You didn't do it for me, but you were never far from my side. You always made sure I'm here. I got nothing to add because I don't know what you're going through. I don't know, but I'm here. And that was all I needed. But I didn't know that because I'd never had that. I'd always done every single thing on my own. So this opened up a whole different world for me because I couldn't manipulate you. First of all, your eyes were open to it. 2, I didn't want to. And 3, it was just, I couldn't do the things to you that I could do in real life to get what I want. And that made me change my behaviors and recognize, hey, you've been doing this your whole life and it hasn't worked out. And it always makes you feel bad and you carry all this guilt. So maybe we don't do that anymore. Like maybe just don't do that. And it was that easy once I realized I didn't have to, because there were other avenues to go down. There were other things to learn how to do. And I learned that listening, unfortunately, for me, until I met you with the trivium thing. I didn't know anything about any of the fallacies, any of that. It was you win the argument no matter what. It wasn't don't win the argument, win it ethically or win it, factually. It was you take out every weapon you've got and you win at all costs. And it didn't matter if I was wrong. I had to win the argument. And you did introduce a different way of doing things. And I don't know, I value all of that more than I value if I could just reach out and like, you're like right here and I could just bang you and then be like, all right, tomorrow I don't have any feelings for him. Like he can go. Because that's how my life's always been. It's been like, oh, you're here. All right, we bang. All right, you're gone tomorrow. I don't care. Like, and it was just, I wanted you to matter. And you do. You matter more than anybody. But I wouldn't have had that without this type of relationship, because I would have never given myself the time to do it. And I definitely would have never had the buffer to be vulnerable in this space. Because in this space, yes, you can hurt my feelings and you could, affect my mind, but physically, you can't hurt me. And that's always been where my biggest fear has been, is the physical hurt. So I learned to manipulate through the physical. You get what I'm saying? You get what I'm saying, honey?
Yep.
Did you fall asleep? What the fuck?
I do. I get it. Like I've always said, Shelly has probably the most exquisite taste I've ever met anybody.
I hate you so much. You have no idea. Jerk. Oh, fucking retard. I had to get him to close the door. The cat was interested. She heard me say winning, and she poked her head in like, "What happened?" Yes, my cat is in love with winning. Yeah, I do. I have exquisite taste. It's fucking egomaniac. Anyway, I'm not complimenting you at all anymore. Fuck you. Like, I'm just not. Make me laugh. Fuck you. Sir Frank said, here's a good laugh for you from Otter Payne. Otter Payne. Sat down with lunch, have a sandwich, and whole pickles. Grabbed the pickle, bit into it, and it squirted juice straight up my nose. Better than in your eye. Pickle juice in the eye stings. I know. Trust me, I know. Precious. So when are you two going to go on a in real life date? As soon as I can, but we'll see. There are things we got to do, man. Things we both need to take care of, and I want to be a lot better physically. Like, I don't want to, be like, oh, let's go out and go for coffee, and then I can't make it to the damn coffee thing because I have no energy left. Like, I need to work on my stamina. Apparently. I can just see this day avatar to avatar. I mean, it's not like he doesn't know what I fucking look like. Jesus. Even my channel has videos of me, and like, come on. Dude, I was in the dark. I mean, you guys just don't understand how I just didn't know anything. And I literally based everything on who he is rather than what he looked like. Like, and I know a lot of people like, oh, well, what if he was, I really didn't care. I mean, I was pleasantly surprised when he went on and I was like, ooh, but I really didn't care. He was going to be my winning no matter what. And yes, I will call him winning until the day I die. And it's a joke between pretty much everybody, but my mother finds it strange, which makes me love it even more. Questions we're all wondering, Ellie. I know. I second that, not to brag, but I have a date for Valentine's Day, February 14th. Yes, that's the date. Good job. I'm glad you have the date. Current mood, taxes. I don't want to do my taxes. I really don't. Because I just know this year is going to be a freaking nightmare. And I don't want to do it early because if they change the tax laws or say that we don't have to like file, then I don't want to do that. Like, if they say you don't have to file, I'll be like, okay, cool.
I think that the more this USAID stuff and even what's coming next with the Department of Education and Department of Defense and all these other things that are coming out daily, the movement, I feel, I mean, I have the feeling the movement's going to start that no one's going to want to pay their taxes this year. And it's not going to be for the reasons it probably should have been a long time ago. But that we've been ripped off for too long to actually charge us for it any longer. And that you guys, that they owe us remedy, and they can't just give us all $1 million because that would just destroy the economy. You can't just give everybody $1 million because the value of the dollar is shit. Right. But the only way they could remedy this is by not by taking away the I guess the requirement to pay federal income tax and to and also honestly they should wipe out back taxes too, and they should do that because of the fraud. I mean, how else if anybody can think of another remedy? I mean, Ron Paul said it. He said we should eliminate the IRS and all income tax and replace them with nothing. Right. But I mean, especially like right now, I mean, like, and that would be sticking it to the establishment big time too, who have been ripping us off. I'd be like, yeah, see, we are putting America first. We are putting our people first because you've been screwing them over. And now here we are, we're coming in to fix everything and we're going to make it right. And I think that, I mean, I can't, maybe it won't happen, but I feel like it's on the verge of happening, like a big movement, a big protest, not even a protest, maybe just a petition, from the people to our new valid leadership to say, hey, you guys owe us, and how we're here right now, and this is what we want. And this, I think that this is just want to call it bipartisan and just call it unity. But I think that unified, no matter where you stand, even if you're one of those people out there protesting against efficiency and for
I don't
fraud,
get that, but all
I
right.
think you'll still want to have your taxes taken, not paid. Now, if they owe you money, then that's another thing. So people who are owed money, Val, get your money back, right? And then you're
Absolutely. Give
exempt.
me my money.
You get to be exempt next year, and then just for the next 4 years or whatever, it just doesn't come out of your pay. Now, state taxes, different thing, right? So I'm not talking about states
Yeah,
do
because
different
that's
things
for
with
like
their taxes.
infrastructure and stuff like
Right.
that.
And that's probably the only tax we should pay right now. And if this administration, Trump and everybody can do the things they can do by saving us money and by making us money on tariffs or other investments in our country, the sovereign fund, other things that we can do to actually make money as a country together, those things should go away, and that would raise the prosperity level of everybody. Of course, there's a lot of people out there in the poverty level and the desperate level that don't ever pay taxes, and they don't have any income to pay taxes on. So that's
Yeah.
one thing, right? We'll still have to work on that for them. But for the rest of us, as bad as we suffered, for as long as we've suffered, to me, this is the only remedy, and we need to start making some noise about it right now, and say, you know what, you guys don't deserve this money, and it, and even our administration that's on the good side right now that's in there, that they know it too. They say, hey, yeah, you're right. You've been abused for decades now by this corrupt establishment, and you shouldn't have to do this. So I think that I feel like this idea is going to flourish. So keep an eye on it, and if or be a part of it or catalyze it, or
Hell
in
yeah.
some way,
Talk
shape, or
about it.
form, talk about it.
Put that shit out there. Keep putting it
Put
out
it
there.
out there. Think about it, and the
'Cause
energy
think
behind
about
that
it.
idea will
How many
thrive. It will
taxes?
grow.
How many times are they going to tax the same amount of fucking money? They take it out of your paycheck, then you go buy stuff, they tax you on that kind of stuff. So they're costing you more freaking money. Then you do your taxes, they want you to pay this, they want you to pay that. And it's like, you're worried about my $25 Venmo payment, and you're giving away $25 million to Peru for what? Like sex change operations or a sex comic book or whatever. Like, get the fuck out of here.
That's
Like, I
abuse.
can't.
And you know what? And we heard the
It's
term.
highway robbery is what it is.
Well, we heard the terminology, didn't we? We heard the terminology it was either from Trump or Elon in the press conference the other day. Literally called it financial abuse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And it is.
Elon
And on
said
the
it.
backs of that, yeah, Elon said it. It is financial abuse, and we shouldn't
Mhm.
have to pay to be abused. Never. That's the worst thing, is when you pay to be abused.
And
So
especially
anyways,
in a nation where the banks,
think about
they can
holding
go
on.
into your bank and they put holds on your money. It's like, no. Like, I'm sorry, but I think if you buy property, that should be your property. You buy a house, that is your house. You buy a car, that is your car. If you have money, that is your money. Nobody else gets to take that away from you arbitrarily because they have a wild hair up their ass. Like, if I hit somebody with my car, how come everything that happens, that's my fault? But if you want my car, like if the government says, oh no, I need to shut off your car and you're not going to use it for the rest of the time you are on this planet, they can do that. Stop it. Like, no, you don't get to like just commandeer whatever you want. You don't get to tell me, oh, you're only allowed to have this on your land. Like that lady I was reading to you about the other day that had 37 acres of land. She wanted to put a tiny home on her land, and they said, no, you're only zoned for one home. And she was like, I have 37 acres of land. Nope, you can't do it. It's my land. Nope, you can't do it. But it's not going to have any sewerage or anything. It's literally going to be like a tiny home. It's self-sufficient. Nope. Who the hell are they to tell her she can't? You have 37 acres of land that's not used for farming. Half of it is a forest. It belongs to you. You're paying property taxes on it, but you can't put a shack on there to put your
Not
mother in.
T-Rex.
Right? Like, I mean, I've seen people that they have workarounds. They build barns, I put a storage shed out, but it's fully insulated and it has, plumbing and power and like everything else. But that's how they get away with it. But that shouldn't be. Like, if it's your property, you should have a say in what happens to your property. Just like eminent domain should not be a fucking thing. It should not be a thing. Hoboken pushed so many people out so that they could sell to condo developers using eminent domain. Eminent domain is not, oh, we really need, your land because, see, we have a contract going with them and they're going to pay to play, because that's what they do. In Hoboken, it's pay to play. Like, if you want to build, you got to pay the right people, and then they'll do what they need to do. Everybody does a little tap dance, and, Bob's your uncle. That's now your property, and the people that had it for 120 years now have to go live somewhere else. But they got a nice fat paycheck. Not nearly what they would have got if they sold it at market value, but, yeah, they did that. They do it all the time. I think that should not be a thing. I'm sorry. That's just, your property should be your property. As long as you're up to date on the mortgage payments or you paid it in full, once you buy it and it's yours, I don't think they should have shit to say about it. Keep it clean. Yes, there should be safety ordinances for the entire area, not just you. Like, you're not special. It's got to be a blanket kind of a thing. Everybody is responsible to do the same thing. But as far as telling you, oh, you can't have a chicken coop. Oh no, like the chicken coop can't be bigger than 6 by 12 or whatever. Why? Is it going to affect like the world? Like, is climate change going to be a real thing if I make it 14 by 14? Like, what's the difference? Like, what is well, I just don't want you to. We have bylaws. Change the laws. Why do those laws exist? Like, somebody just was bored and somebody just write this law up. Yeah, legislation will pass. It's fine. Because that happens all the time. Like the fucking pickle ordinance. But the same thing with taxes. We're already paying again and again and again. It's like the music. How many times do you have to pay for the same product, the same dollar you're paying on that dollar, until eventually you're working to pay somebody else because now you own nothing. That's the point, right? That's the WEF thing. You'll own nothing and be happy. You're just working for somebody else. Like, you don't get any of that. That's why our kids can't afford to buy houses when they grow up. Can you imagine like our kids trying to buy like a house in this market? We can't afford it. They're going to do it. Like, they have to have really high earning jobs to even be able to try to get a mortgage. And let's hope they didn't go to college on a loan, because that loan is going to kill them. They'll pay that until they're in the grave, just on the interest alone. But yeah, it's, anyway, Ellie said, current mood taxes. I need a good love story in real life date for the win. I mean, you meant that literally. There's 2 N's in win, just so you know. She said, read it again. Frank, we are young. Avatar to avatar, we stand. No promises, no demands. There you go. Love is an avatar. There you go. That was a good one, Frank. I like that one. That was cute. I saw it and read it that way too. But chose put it as whatever. You can all kiss all of my ass, and you know it. My wife told me to stop acting like a flamingo, so I had to put my foot down. You used that one the other day. I like that one. I like that one. At least she puts up with the pink. Oh Lord. It takes a real man to wear pink, especially as feathers. Whitting, have you ever worn pink?
No.
Oh. I was just wondering. I had a feeling that was the answer. It's like, Winnie, what color do you mainly wear? Black. What other color? Blue. True. And green. Like, that's it. Black, blue, and green. That's his color.
And white occasionally.
We're not going to be able to share a closet because we won't be able to tell whose clothes are whose. It's just going to be all just black, blue, and green.
Yeah.
The occasional red. Like, that's it. Just a spot of red here and there because, I am still Jersey. Hoboken's color is red. Heidi said I'm dead. Why? What we do? Coffee. That's the coffee. That's why Shelly needs to work on her stomach. Yep, that's exactly why. The word coffee means something different in this day and age. No, it's like, you want a cup of coffee or you want a cup of coffee? It depends. It depends. You know, you like your coffee like you like your women, hot with a spoon in them. Last said I fell asleep. Now I'm back and I made coffee. That's good timing for that. That followed what Captain Karen said. So she woke up and made coffee because she's full of energy. See how that works? Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. I already files? Huh? What? English no good? Especially at the Treasury. Oh, you already filed your taxes already? Damn. Listen, this year is just flying by. I can't believe it's the middle of February. I really can't. Like I'm literally, I feel like we were just sitting here going, is January ever gonna end? And like those last 2 days took forever. And now it's just like boop, I blinked and my birthday's around the corner. It sucks. I need to make more coffee. Yes. At Captain Kern, what do you tell a pig on February 14th? Happy Valentine's Day. You stupid. That was a good one. Oh, here we go with all the jokes. I love my boys with the jokes. What do you call a romance that starts at the aquarium? Guppy love. Oh, that's cute. I gotta use that. I gotta tell my daughter that one. She'll love that one. What do you call a romance that starts at the aquarium? Guppy love. Oh, I'm gonna tell her that. She's gonna get such a kick out of that. Thank you for that, Otter. Heidi said there are still a few states that don't have state and local income tax. Really? I think Tennessee is big on not taxing people, right? Are they the ones without the sales tax, or which tax don't they have? Last year here, you know the answer. Captain said, a question I've always had is what's the net revenue gain from the IRS from taxes taken in versus how much it costs to file, process, and keep the 100,000 people they employ? And that's a really good question because you can't imagine that they get a whole lot from us. Between the processing time and then the auditing time and everything, there's got to be a negative net income on their side. There's got to be. There's no way that that's a cost-effective way of doing things. Maybe when there was like only a couple dozen million people, but now with how many people there are and how many jobs we all have, and like because most people have more than one income. So taxes aren't like, oh, I made this year, there you go. Like it's not an easy thing. So I'm sure there's a lot more audits than there ever were because God forbid they ever let us get away with anything or make the tax laws simple to understand. But how would it be cost effective to go after every single person that files taxes between the paper and the paperwork and the sheer like technology they need to handle that like mass of things because everything is e-filed now. Like how is that cost effective? They have to be bleeding money. And that's why they just keep coming after us. And they're stealing nickels and dimes from us. And on the other side of that, audit slip where you're looking at their bank balance, it's like minus 4 trillion freaking dollars. So how does that work out? Like, how is you even taking anything from us helping your side? There's got to be a better way. So, I mean, now that we know that the money that we give is not going where it's supposed to, hopefully they'll look around and say, you know what? Maybe this doesn't work. Maybe we're just doing it because we've done it for the last 50, 60, 70 years. Because it wasn't always a thing. I mean, why did we go and have a revolution? Taxation without representation. Well, we have representation, but they don't represent our needs. And they don't give a shit if we're taxed out the ass. So like we went to war over a stamp tax, over a sugar tax, over like tea. But yet we let them take pretty much like 75% of our income and don't say a thing about it. That's not the America that we were formed to be. That's not what we fought. Like, that's not what they fought for. That's not what they broke away for. And we've gotten so far afield of what we wanted, and we just became this money-giving organism that something else could live upon. And, like, we're the feed. We're their supply. It wasn't supposed to be that way. We were supposed to, live lives where you pursued happiness, you pursued, freedom. That was the whole point. And instead, like, you can feel like the last 4 years has been where you could feel the noose tightening. You could feel the shackles, you could feel the weight on your back pushing you down and down and down. And if we kept that up, we would never have gotten back up. This is our only opportunity. We can't let this go to waste. We absolutely cannot let this pass without taking full advantage of our opportunity to gain real freedom and independence as people, and take everything away from the ones who decided they are going to be in charge. Like, they are now our kings of England. And we need to see them as such. Stop doing the whole party line thing, because I'm sorry, there's shit on both sides. You pick your Warriors, you pick your Washington, you pick your Hamilton, you pick your, John Adams, you pick your what the hell's the other guy's name? Your James Monroe. You pick your Ben Franklin, and you go with them. And I feel like that's the road we're finally on. But we need to make sure that we keep these people on the road too. We need to protect them, because being fickle and turning on them because they did one thing that we didn't like, that's not the way we're going to come out winning. Like, everybody has to learn how to compromise and negotiate, but for a better America, not for them. We have to make sure we come out ahead in the negotiations. And I think the people we have trying to do that for us are good people, but we got to keep our foot on them too. Good people can get corrupted. Power corrupts, and it corrupts absolutely. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. That's the saying. And I really do think, like, we have to trust them. We have to give them room to make changes. We have to anticipate that it's going to hurt sometimes. We might not like everything that they do, but we can't all take. There's got to be a give and take. But we're at that point where at least we know we're going to take a lot more back than we were willing to give, that we didn't know we were giving. So that's where my head is at. I just think we need to give them a chance and give them a little grace period, because they're going to fuck up here and there. They're going to make mistakes, but call them out. The same way they're being transparent in what they're doing, we need to be transparent in our approval or disapproval of what's going on. Not attacking, just clinical. The way he's just been spouting off what he sees. And we need to do the same. We need to be more fact-based and just be a lot more honest about what we want. Because we've been quiet for way too long, and we've taken it for way too long. And having an overreaction is natural, and I don't want us to do that. I want us to be more based. Like, be smart. Be smart, and that's the way you're going to keep the momentum, and you're going to have the stamina to get through this, because this is not going to be an overnight fix. It's going to take a while. It's going to take a while, because it's like over 100 years of corruption that, I mean, basically just goes right down into the foundations of our country. Like, it was put there by everybody who just wanted to take advantage of the system that was new. Oh, we're learning, we're setting precedents, we're doing this. Everything was the first time. So they didn't know what the effects were going to be 100 years down the line. Well, now we do. So now we can course correct. I think this is the time to do it. I think we have a great opportunity to do it. We have good people ahead. We just got to keep them under a microscope, because the trust isn't there yet. Let them work for it. Let them work for our trust, because our trust is worth that. It's not something we should just freely give to these people, because we did that once before and we got screwed. So let them earn it. Anything worth having is worth the work. Gutter. Hi, honey. Hi, honey. How are you? You're very welcome, Gutters Bob. Yes, Texas, Tennessee, and Florida don't have state income tax. That's cool. And Tennessee is a no state income tax state. Yep, that's awesome. Ellie said, I only live in states with no state income tax. Yeah, see, that never dawned on me. That I didn't know that other states didn't have that. I mean, I'm from Jersey. They tax you for everything. They tax your food. They tax whatever they feel like taxing, they're going to tax you. And South Dakota has no sales tax. Alaska, cool. I didn't. 7 states: Alaska, Florida, Nevada, South Dakota, Tennessee, Texas, and Wyoming. They levy no state income tax at all. Nice. I didn't know that. I did not know that. See, I like to learn. People always argue that property taxes are higher in these states, but from my experience, nope. Oh, I doubt if they think property taxes are high there, tell them to go look at Connecticut, Massachusetts, New York, Rhode Island, Vermont, and Jersey. Because the property taxes in just that one, not even Maine. Maine is left out of it. I don't know what's wrong with Maine. I guess it's just too fucking cold. But no, like that little cluster of states, dear God, the property taxes. Jersey is astronomical. Astronomical. My aunts needed a job just to pay the property taxes on a house that was completely paid off. Like literally, they were paying, I think, 12,000, 12 or 16,000 a quarter in property taxes. That's a lot of money. That's why we're like, sell the house. Sell the house as soon as they sell the house, because we're not paying that. Like, none of us have 50 grand sitting around for 6 months of fucking property taxes. Like, it's just, it's not going to happen. I looked it up. I knew there were more. You missed 2 of them. Yeah, that's all right. I got you. We pay more in taxes now than we threw tea in than when we threw tea in the harbor. Exactly. That's exactly right. And we're not nearly as offended and outraged as I think they were then. We have every right to be fucking hopping mad. Like, how dare you rob us of the money that we worked hard for? And where's it going? What are you using it for? I'm sorry, unless it's a life or death or improves the entire nation or improves an entire group that needs improvement, that money is just pissed away. I don't want to know about hamsters. I don't give a fuck. If somebody wants to know what goes on with hamsters, I'm sure there's a little science group somewhere. They can go do their little thing over there. I don't need somebody to do a report for $4 million and then hire somebody for $3 million to make sure that the $4 million person did their job. That's $7 million for 2 people writing a report that nobody ever saw. How is that legal? It's not ethical. That's my main thing. Bring ethics back. Because somewhere along the line, emotions became like the ruling class of everything, and ethics had nothing to do with it. I want to go back to ethics. I think they're important. I think they set a map for other people to, navigate in a better way. And there's no argument of, oh, well, it made me feel. It doesn't matter how it made you feel. The correct and legal thing to do is this. So that's what we're going to do. If your feelings get hurt, I don't know, get a teddy bear. Go have a fucking piece of ice cream or something. I don't know. But I can't help you. I'm not changing the laws because it made you feel like, no. Like, make them stand and deliver. Look at me with the movie reference. I looked it up online. It was wrong. We pay more in tax. I said that. 63 million people out of 136 million individuals got tax returns last year, meaning they didn't pay anything. They didn't pay anything, but there was a cost to all that processing. There were salaries, there were, the technical stuff, because you're not just paying for the person who looks at it, you're paying for the one who runs your computer, who runs the IT department, the one who hires for the IT department. So you're paying all these people. And for what? For what? What did one Valentine say to the other during a fight? I love you, but that doesn't mean I won't argue. Okay. Listen, if she's arguing with her, she can't talk with her mouth full. Just saying, that's a good way to win arguments. Pruning hurts, but if done correctly, growth happens. Yes, that's true, Heidi. Hey, Starlight, you're back. I'm only 5 minutes behind. Woo-hoo. You saw the doctor? I hope that went well. You okay? I hope everything's okay. I just realized that my emergency contact is the same woman that was looking for her phone under the bed with the flashlight on her phone. Yeah, that. Listen, Cat, I side with your wife no matter what. I don't care. I like Kitty Cat. I like her. Don't you make fun of her. I've done that. I've been like, oh my God, I can't believe I forgot my phone in my room. Meanwhile, it's in my hand and I'm playing a game on it. And my mother's like, what? I'm like, yeah, I got to go in the room. I was like, I don't want to. I got to go get my phone. She's like, did you look down? I'm like, I'm looking at my lap, at my feet. I'm like, what? She was in your hand. Oh, okay. Okay. Oops. Like, whatever. Listen, everybody has blonde moments. I just changed my. Oh, you changed your doctor? That's cool. Or did you change your diet? I don't understand. I'm lost. Not even peer-reviewed studies. Yep, ethics are important for sure. Have some chocolates. Oh, I miss chocolates. Your face is tingling? What'd you do? Stand and deliver your money on your life. Use a mirror, no bullet or a knife. Damn, Heidi, you just pulling out the bars. Any resolution for that issue? You have a face tingling issue? What's going on? For a month? I hope you're okay. Geez, would that be neurological or autoimmune? Because when I had that, it was autoimmune. I got that for like, I don't know, about maybe 2-3 months from the Lyme. When it resurged, my entire face was like, it wasn't tingling. It literally, like, if you touched my skin, I was like, it felt like you were burning me. My blonde moments are closer together than further apart. I don't have a lot of blonde moments, but I do have them. Listen, I love blondes. I do love blondes, but they live up to the joke. So they live up to the stereotype. My mother's blonde, not naturally, but it's all that bleach that went to her brain. Snipperoonie said, made it back. Been a long day already. Nice service. Oh, honey, I'm glad you're back and you're okay. And I am sorry for your loss. But I'm glad you're back here with us. Maybe it won't be for too long because it's already almost 4:30 and I need to cook. But Winning, you still here?
Yeah, I actually need to jet out now, but
okay. Well, I'm gonna shut it down in a couple minutes anyway. I've been going 4.5 hours.
I can stick around to the end if it's gonna be that short, but if not, I'll go ahead and take
everything about me is short, damn it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, we're gonna wrap it up. I think we touched on everything and we covered manipulation. Again, tomorrow's Valentine's Day. It doesn't matter what you do, just do a little something for them. That's all. Remember the whole, the little things mean everything, because that's the stuff that they're going to remember. Male, female, doesn't matter. That's the stuff they're going to remember. So could things come in small packages? I ain't touching that one. I'm not going there. On that note, you all take care of one another. Have a happy Valentine's Day. I removed my toxic mother from my emergency contact. Good for you, Starlight. I'm proud of you.
There you go. Nice job.
There you go. I love that. I will see most of you tonight in Winning's chat. I will be there. What time is your show tonight?
7:30.
So 7:30, possibly 8 o'clock, depends. But probably 7:30. So I will see you guys there. That's right, Gutters Pub. Big things come in small packages. Not big packages. They come in small packages, if you're lucky. I altered it. Whatever. It's my channel. I edit it. All right. So you guys have a wonderful time. I'll see you tonight. Winning, say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Salud.
All right.
All right.
Everybody keep
And
on
I will
winning.
see you. There you go. Keep on winning, and I will see you in the funny papers. Bye.
Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. 4 a.m. at a diner, stop singing, living on a
And doggone it, people like me.
I'm thinking maybe you're a Jersey girl with all those highlights in your hair. No other girl can move like you. We pump our fists, damn right it's true. And I don't care what they might say, they'll never get us anyway. So be my Jersey girl, and take a little ride with me tonight. And let's get dirty, girl. I know that you're a Jersey girl inside. The way you turn it up, turn me on, and then you take it off. Make it hot, make it loud. We'll wake the whole town. Jersey girl, I know that you're a Jersey girl inside.
Who the fuck starts a conversation like that? I just sat down.
Be